in the fall, right as school is starting. We'll hear in a little bit what everybody's missing in order to be doing this, but suffice it to say, we're all grateful that we're all here, and hope it's a great and enjoyable time for everyone. We're going to start straight off with a proper welcome from people who aren't me, and that starts with members of the Central Oregon Youth Action Board. If you can come on up. And while they're doing that, I'll just put in my own plug for, grateful for your service to your community, our community. I live over on the west side, but I spend a lot of time out here because I work as a fire lookout, also as moonlight as that, just about 50 miles from here. And so, all right, great. I've killed enough time. Fantastic. Your first welcome is from members of the Central Oregon Youth Action Board, Isabel Patterson, who's the chair, and Paige Press, Janessa Warner, and Anthony Angel.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm very grateful for the amazing turnout. We are the Central Oregon Youth Action Board. We have been working on ending youth homelessness for over 2 years now. We are excited to inform the Assembly over the series of sessions about all the work we've done and how we think we can bring an end to youth homelessness in Central Oregon. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. You'll get to meet most of the members of the board tomorrow during an extended session that involves big group, small group, for about an hour and a half tomorrow morning. And next, I'd like to invite Josh. Where you at? Fantastic. That wasn't a proper introduction, but you can do it yourself.
That's a perfect introduction. Hi, everybody. I'm Josh Burgess. I'm the director of the Central Oregon Civic Action Project. You've seen our website and a lot about what we've been doing. I just want to let you know we've been working with members of local government, with local community leaders for more than a year now to come to this point. So we're all absolutely thrilled to see you here, to see members of the public and the press here as well. And I'm looking forward to more opportunities to talk with all of you and get to know you better. Just something that I don't really speak much about publicly during these events is my military service, but I just want to talk about it for a second because I served for over 25 years in the U.S. Air Force, served abroad in 30-plus countries, deployed half a dozen times from everywhere from Afghanistan to Timbuktu, which I didn't know was an actual place until my plane landed there. Thought it was just a Bugs Bunny cartoon. And during that time, and as I would return to the U.S., for so many times I was thanked for my service. Countless times, people on the street, people in different meetings, and it never was not meaningful to me. But I served alongside other people in federal government, from the State Department, from the U.S. Agency for International Development, NGO workers, and it pained me that they weren't being thanked for their service. So I was happy in the last few years in the U.S. as we went through our own struggles here domestically to see that first responders, medical workers, healthcare providers were being thanked publicly for their service. But I think it still leaves a lot of people out, teachers and frontline workers, our public servants who you're going to hear from today. But now I really put all of you in this box with us, that you are now serving your community in a way that really hasn't happened around here before, and it hasn't happened in many communities at all. And it's a big commitment. It's a big leap of faith on all of your parts to join us and take part in this, a little bit of an experiment. So I want to be the first to thank each and every one of you for your service to the community and to the young people who were just up here and others. And I hope that you'll hear more of that as time goes on and that this will become a common thing here in Central Oregon. And so thank you. And now, to just sort of go back to those public servants, we do have a couple of people who just want to express a little bit of their thoughts on the process. First up is Mayor Melanie Keebler from Bend.
Thank you, Josh. Good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to be here with you today. This is very, very exciting, and I'm so excited that it's happening here in the city of Bend. I'm an elected official. I've been through a couple of elections. I've been a regular voter since I was 18. And one thing I know that is a little bit trite to say, but is true, is that democracy is not a spectator sport. People have to be involved and participate. But we also have to recognize sometimes it's not easy to participate, or we're not hearing all of the voices, or we're putting up barriers for people to give us their opinions and thoughts and help us, make the best decisions we can for our community. So that's why this assembly is very exciting to me. I'm a person, when I came into office, that, telling me, hey, we've always done it this way, we're just gonna keep doing it, that doesn't fly with me. Let's try new things. Let's think about the gaps of where we're missing opinions and input and thoughts from people in our community. Let's try to gather the best information we can to make those best decisions. So citizen assemblies are not a new idea. It's been used around the world. It's been an example in Oregon is our Citizens Initiative Review that has been going on since 2011. But this kind of work right here in the local community, this is new. And I think people are watching, and it's going to be an example for our state and even our country on how to do this kind of engagement and really gather community thoughts and participation in our democracy in a really meaningful way. This is a huge, important topic that you all are taking on. And I want to echo Josh and thank you for your service. It's not going to be easy. This is work that you're doing for our community. You are serving our community today. You're not just participating, you're working for our community. And I just can't express enough gratitude for that. And just to talk about when you get to the end of this, the city has committed to accepting these recommendations and thinking about them and talking with the community about them, and seeing what it is we can do and what comes out of this that's useful for us. And then also thinking about this process and how we might be able to use it again for another topic, which is just, again, really exciting for me. So thank you for your participation today. Thank you for your courage as you talk with your colleagues. Maybe you have disagreements. Maybe you learn new things. Maybe you think in different ways. Again, that's all really important work that you're doing for your community, and I thank you for it and wish you the best of luck. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The mayor and the city councilors here in Bend are not the only ones who've agreed to take on these recommendations and report back on how they're going to go. So you won't see all of them today, but you've got a lot of support from your communities as well as the county commission and the county administrators for Deschutes County. And you'll see some of them passing through over the next few days. But one agency that sometimes we don't know quite as much about that does an enormous amount of work throughout the region here is the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council. And so we've got their executive director, Tammy Bainey, who's here to give a couple of comments as well.
Thank you. Yes, we like to fly under the radar. So my name is Tammy Bainey, and some of you may know me. Hi, Judy. I love seeing, and Max, I know your folks. The richness in this room, I just want to start with that because you all hold so much knowledge. Your experience in life, your experience within this community, your experience with your friend network, your work. So I served 12 years as a county commissioner, and one of the things that was really frustrating for me is hearing from someone after we'd made a decision with a really great point or a really important comment. And when I asked when we had public comment, why was that something that didn't come forward? Why did you hold on to that nugget? And it was a variety of things. First of all, our meetings are during the day, and guess what? People work. Or it's in the evening, and guess what? People have kids or families, or maybe they're caring for a parent. And the other is, I just figured it didn't matter because I'm just one person. And one of my favorite quotes is from the Dalai Lama about if you feel like you're too insignificant to make a difference, then you've never been in bed with a mosquito. And mosquitoes are very effective. They're very small. And if you feel like your voice is small, this is your time to shine. And I'm curious about this process. I'm really curious about what this might mean for our community because I know that our elected officials want to do well, and being in elected office means that you are a conduit for the community. And if it's a partisan seat, your role is to be, you serve everyone, even though you may have been elected under a certain type of framework in terms of Democrat, Republican, or independent. But once you're in that saddle, your saddle is to ride on behalf of the entire community. And that is very difficult to do. And so having this reversed in a way, in my mind, of now being able to give that power to you and to have that opportunity to hear from all of you about what you feel needs to happen is an incredible chapter in a new book for us in this community. And so my role at COIC is we represent Crook, Deschutes, and Jefferson counties, which means all of those cities, and we represent the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. And so you are the petri dish and the test drivers of how we might implement this in the other parts of our region. And so I look forward to learning from all of you. I look forward to hearing your views and the things that you come forward with. And one of the things that I've found is really powerful is spirited, respectful dialogue. And I know that each of you are going to experience a moment where it is uncomfortable having someone challenge your life experience or your view. But in that is a breakthrough of what we need in society right now, which is the ability to sit in a room together and figure it out. The topic that you've been given is something that I wish we didn't even have as a community issue. Individuals that are youth in our communities that are unhoused is unacceptable. And so I just want to say thank you for, first of all, taking your time and investing it in this effort, but also taking on this really critical, important topic. It is something that we've grappled with, and if we had it figured out, we would all be having breakfast somewhere else, but we haven't. And so there's a heaviness that you're being handed, but deep gratitude for you being in this room trying to figure it out. So with that, I want to say thank you, and I look forward to learning alongside all of you. Thank you.
So much to everybody just there, and especially appreciate you for getting us back on time. That's what I care about. So I'm going to do this morning is going to be a lot of chit chat here, and really not representative of the rest of this weekend or next. But there's some businessy things, as you can imagine, that we have to get out of the way. So bear with us. We're going to mix it up here and do sort of a little bit of business and a little bit of other stuff, sort of back and forth. First businessy thing is related to privacy and public affairs. And I think you've been told this previously when you talked to Grace, but just want to make sure that you know that none of your personal information, except for your first name, which we'll be using here, is known by anybody outside of the staff, and never will be unless you say specifically that it should be. That includes any of your information that you gave in the selection process or any of your other contact info. I should say Healthy Democracy is a strictly nonpartisan nonprofit based here in Oregon, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't think we've lost anybody's info yet, so you're in good hands, privacy-wise, I think. When you're in small groups, your conversations will be private to you with a couple of exceptions. Here in the large group, or we sometimes call it the plenary, you can see that there's an observer's gallery in the back. There's also a live stream that's happening, but as you were told, it doesn't include any of you until you speak into the mic, and then it just records your voice, the audio. And if you don't want to be on screen, just don't pass the yellow lines up here after this point, because it's on, and it might even be on during lunch. I'm not sure whether we'll pause it. Yeah. So just don't cross those lines if you don't want to be on screen. But by all means, do cross them if you'd like to, and wave at the camera. And by the way, that's streaming to the Healthy Democracy YouTube page, so if anybody wants to watch at least the front of the room, or later on hear what you all are talking about, you can direct them there. The observers gallery in the back, there will be people sort of coming and going. It's members of the public, it's folks who might be about to be speaking, it's guests of organizations that are involved, or folks that are visiting, members of the press who you'll get introduced to here in a moment, and folks from the university, there might be students possibly here and there. And there's also, as you may have noticed, there's photo and video folks wandering around. As I think we mentioned, if you decline to sign the release for that, you've got a dot on your name tag, and they'll try to avoid you. If they don't, if they catch you in a shot or don't see it, don't worry, none of that is live. And it will be verified after the fact to make sure that nobody is included who doesn't want to be in anything after that. And those who have agreed, thanks so much. It helps to sort of show the world, hey, this is what this looks like. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you feel at any point for any reason, privacy or otherwise, that you feel uncomfortable with the process, and if people approach you outside, or if things happen over the intervening few weeks here between these weekends, or anything at any time, whether during the weekend or between, talk to us. Your main contact for things like that is anybody on Healthy Democracy staff, but especially Grace or me. And and it's also, to some extent, your fellow delegates. In past processes where things, somebody has run into someone and they, I'm not thinking of a great example right now. Well, no, here's an example. There was one process where somebody was outside the venue and there was a poster up and they were like, they're trying to influence us in some way that doesn't feel appropriate. They actually brought it back to the whole group here and said, hey, I just want everybody to know about this. This is happening. And it didn't come to us at all. So your fellow delegates are also a resource, and talk to each other and tell each other what's happening. Okay, cool. Any questions, by the way, from anybody just straight off the top? And I should say, the mics here, so you each have a mic to share between pairs, and you'll push the button, I believe. Is that right? Okay, great. Yeah, so you push the button to talk, and you get a little green light, and then get pretty close to the mic, like I'm doing here, and they'll adjust it in the back. Any questions straight off the top? Cool. All right, onward we go. One more businessy thing here. So if but we're still in the land of COVID exposure potential, so please notify us if you test positive or if you've been exposed, and we'll get in touch with everyone ASAP and go from there. So let us know. We also have COVID tests around and masks. All right. Let me get logged back into my computer here. Hold, please. All right. So I'm playing a few different roles here, but the main one is to be sort of your advisor along the way here, to orient you to the different parts of the process as we go forward. I'm not leading the process. You are doing it, and your small group moderators will be actually moderating it in the small groups, but I've been the lead designer for it, and we'll be here to sort of like explain the steps and speak for the process as much as it warrants being spoken to if it has problems along the way, which it will. I have no doubts. None of us are perfect, and that's just fine. That's great. I'm going to start off. My other role here is to just sort of introduce some pieces, especially today, about what deliberation is or what this kind of environment is and how it works. And the first is to just talk about a little bit of what civic assemblies are and how they're different. They basically have sort of two main parts that make them unique. And the first part is who's in the room. That's all of you. The democratic lottery, which has already happened. Thank you so much for responding to that probably strange-looking mailing. It draws out brand new voices, creates a unique microcosm of the public, cross-section of the public, and hopefully reduces barriers to participating fully. That's the idea. And the second, equally novel piece, we think, is this sort of in-depth deliberation. A lot of time together, working in a bunch of different ways into the depths of an issue and back out again. It changes the nature of policymaking itself, hopefully, prioritizes substantial time, broad information, personal support, delegate power within the process and within the decision-making space outside, and hopefully long-term a new political architecture that fosters collaboration and brings that into the rest of our systems. And a core part of that really is how decisions are made. When we get toward the end of this process, you'll start to do little bits of voting and prioritization and things like that. And the key is that it's not just up and down majority vote most of the time, unless there's little issues with wording. Sometimes it will be. But the big decisions are all by supermajority to help find creative common ground, respecting where we have differences, but also never forcing consensus. We're not trying to get to 100%. That's very difficult. But we're going to design a process that hopefully pushes in that direction, and y'all will see how far we get. And just a little bit on the who's here. If we could, at some point this morning, no rush, actually do the handout that is the demographic profile, the simplified version that's been floating around. So you'll get a little snapshot of who's in the room. It'll change a little bit because there's a few alternates that are going to fill in here in some of these seats at lunchtime. And thank you, alternates, by the way, for being here. But just a little snapshot. Here's the age profile of the assembly. There's what Deschutes County looks like, and the assembly is pretty similar. You're sort of a version of the county right here in one room. All right, super. I'm going to pause on talking for a few minutes, and you all will get a chance to meet each other. So let's do this in pairs. Choose someone next to you, and it's a little bit tricky, but yeah, so let me help organize this. So pair here, there, Sue maybe with Alexa here, Bill and Noah together, Margaret and Scott, two of you, two of you, two of you, two of you, and the three of you. How about that? All right, sounds good. So here's the things, the way to introduce each other. And you'll, by the way, take a few minutes here, about 20 minutes. We'll actually have a little conversation here, about 15 minutes or so, something like that. And yeah, just get to know each other, but start with these things. Start with what your name is, what you'd like people to address you as, where you live, and one thing you put on hold to be here. We've all put something on hold. Probably it's something fun. It might be work. It might be kids. Share a little part of your life. And by the way, take a couple notes as well, because you won't be introducing yourself to the group after this. You'll be introducing your partner. So note how they say their name, for example. All right, super. Let's take 15 or so. All right. Let's take just another minute or two.
Oh, there it is. There's the green.
All right, let's come back together here. Love seeing people get up and walk around. I actually meant to mention that previously, that please, number one priority is your health and comfort, so take a moment to take care of yourself at any point. Restrooms, I don't know if I pointed that out. They're down the hall, sort of right by just past the elevator there on the right-hand side. And those are for you and staff only. Guests, visitors, please use the restrooms upstairs. And the food table here, that'll be here throughout the morning. We'll get lunch at 12:15 to 1 every day. So you can plan on that if you need to do something. That's fine. You can take off, but please be back right at 1 or a few minutes before, because we'll start as close to on time as possible. And we'll get a refresh on the snacks and beverages in the middle of the afternoon. Okay, cool. Let's do a round of introductions here. Let's see, let's start with this side. And Eve, would you like to introduce your partner here? And yeah, this is a good time to practice with the mics as well. You can pull these things, they're wireless, so you can kind of pull them toward you. And touch it. There we go. Yeah, I might have to hold it down for just a second until you get a green light. And then kind of pull it toward you and talk pretty close to it, kind of like this. Yep.
Testing.
Fantastic. All right. And we'll go for maybe about just like 1 minute introduction for everybody. A pretty quick intros around. All right, go for it.
Okay, hello everyone. This is Adrian. He lives in Sisters, and if he weren't here right now, he would probably be hiking.
This is Eve. She lives in Midtown Bend, and she usually works on Saturdays, and she works as an acupuncturist.
Oh, that was very, very quick. All right, go for it.
Got a green. Uh, sorry. Sorry about that. That would be. This is Steve. Steve has lived here since, he's had a house in Sun River since '85, but he now lives in Southeast Bend. He's a retired attorney, and he has a lot of hobbies. He's a photographer, a stamp collector, a metal detector, DIYer, and a coin collector. And he's going to miss a Scrabble game tomorrow. So he's part of a game club, so.
Hello, this blonde-haired lady next to me is Colleen. She resides in Tumalo on 5 acres. And I can't believe the number of animals she has. She has horses, alpacas, goats, sheep, chickens, and dogs. She lived in Alaska for 24 years, and she's still part-time employed with her own business in Alaska. The business is a gymnastic place for kids that she has owned for 30 years. She's a very healthy-looking woman. She generally does a bike ride every weekend. This weekend, she gave up a bike ride around Crater Lake. She owns 3 bikes, a road bike, a mountain bike, and a snow bike. And finally, she has another hobby of spinning wool into yarn.
This delightful woman is Alexa, and she actually lives in Bend. And if she wasn't here, she'd be remodeling her bathroom.
Sue from Redmond, sorry about that. And she would be, if she weren't here right now, she would be engaging in some creative projects to kind of make up for the things she wasn't able to do in the past. And right now, she has some interesting upholstery fabrics that she's would like to convert into some bedding.
Hello? Hi, my name is Noah. His name is Noah. I've lived in Bend for about 2 years. I work at COCC full-time, and miraculously I can afford rent near the Newport Market. I gave up chores and errands mostly to be here today.
My name is Sharon, and I'd like to introduce Bill on my left. Bill lives in Sisters. He's originally from Boston, and he taught for 10 years in the art department at COCC. And he's giving up today, missing time in his ceramic studio.
This woman here is Sharon. She is retired. She moved here 14 years ago from Eugene to be closer to her family, which includes her daughter, 2 grandchildren, and 5 great-grandchildren.
Good morning. This gentleman's name is Scott. He has lived in Redmond since 2017, and he is an Orthodox Christian who is today missing an important feast day in order to join us here with this work.
Hello, this is Margaret. She lives in Bend, over by the Larkspur Community Center. Let's see, Margaret is Margaret. She's not Maggie or anything else. It's Margaret. And If she wasn't here today, she'd be at home putting up shelves in her storage closet.
This lovely lady over here is Judy. She's lived in Oregon 30 years from Southern California. Right now, she's helping her son and grandson start a food truck, and it's going to be like an American flair food from different areas in the United States. Right now, her husband does have MS, so she takes care of him a lot. She does have a nonprofit company that helps small businesses with marketing, and has been married 41 years.
Thank you, Noelle. I'd like to introduce Noelle. She moved here in 2018 from Aurora, Colorado. She retired after selling a construction business, and she moved here to be closer to her son. And she has a passion for helping the youth who are homeless and would like to see not one homeless youth in the shelter.
Is this okay? Hi there, I'm Max. I'd like to introduce Quinn over here. Their pronouns are him, they, or he, they, sorry. And they live in Lapine currently. If they were not here today, they would be recuperating after a trip to Brookings, Oregon last week.
Hi, I'm Quinn, and this is Max. His pronouns are he, him, and he lives in Old Town Bend. And the thing that he put on hold to be here is a cross-country meet and homework.
Hello. Oh. Okay. This here is Doug. He was born in the Dalles, but he's been in Central Oregon for about 20 years. He found out in the last several years that his great-great-grandmother is Sarah Prine of Prineville. And he used to do 100-mile desert races in motocross. So there's that.
Hello. All right. This is Nicole. She's from Redmond also, and she was born here in this area. She's a server, and today I think she'd just be hanging out with her dogs.
That's right.
Hi, I'd like to introduce Ken, and Ken lives in Redmond. He has 2 dogs. One dog is 9, and the puppy keeps him very busy. He's only 1 year old. He would be looking after her if he was home today. He has an adopted daughter that he adopted from Russia at 9 months old.
Hi, everyone. This is Kathy. She's from Tumalo, and if she wasn't here now, she would be at her granddaughter's soccer game today. So that's a real sacrifice.
All right, so we're kind of going against the grain a little bit because there's 3 of us. So I will be introducing Cricket. And Cricket is originally from Bend, had relocated to Colorado, and recently moved back and is missing work today to be here. So that's Cricket.
Hello, this is Kristen. Kristen's from Northern California. She moved here about a year ago. Kristen recently learned the struggles of growing plants in Central Oregon, how much that can be frustrating. She also loves animals, and if she wasn't here today, she would be hanging out with her dogs and doing housework.
This is Alex right here. He grew up in Bend but moved from the coast. If he wasn't here today, he would be hanging out with his dogs and his wife.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. That's one of the best parts of the first day. Lovely to meet you all just very briefly, and hope we get to chat over lunchtime and learn a little bit more about what else is happening in all of our lives. Just a quick question on sound. Matt, is it a little closer to the mic? Probably is preferable for you. Okay, all right. Yeah, somebody's mic might be. Should we? Yeah, there's a little bit of a buzz in the background. Is that what you're hearing? Yeah. So when you're not using the mics, if you tap it to go red, that could be helpful for the overall sound in the room there. Hopefully these will become more second nature. Ooh, there we go. Nice catch. All right, super. Yeah, so speak a little closer to the mic, grab it, and haul it toward you, and that'll help with that. All right, super. Staff, we're all going to get up here and introduce ourselves as well. There's a whole lot of people that make this happen, but just before that, I'm going to do a quick introduction to just a reintroduction to sort of why we're here, very briefly. I mean, you'll hear a number of reasons of why we're here. You've already heard some this morning, but I just want to introduce the framing question, which you'll see around the room on walls in various places. And this is kind of the guiding light for the whole weekend and next weekend. In addition to one other piece. So the question for this assembly, which came out of conversations with a whole bunch of different entities in the region, is what should our priorities be for building community solutions to prevent and end youth homelessness? Straightforward, no big deal. And the other piece to mention at this point is also that sort of the other kind of guiding piece is who's going to receive the recommendations at the end. So this question could go in a lot of different ways, but and you all can take it in whatever way you want. You can say whatever you want in your final report if you have enough support, and to some extent even if you don't, there will be opportunity for minority voices at the end as well. But we just want to make sure you know sort of who's set up front. Yes, we're prepared to receive these recommendations, discuss them, take them seriously, respond to them, etc. And that is Deschutes County and the City of Bend have officially signed an MOU, but also the other cities in the region know about the project and have said to some extent here and there, informally, yes, we will also like to receive them. COIC, as you heard, is this sort of intergovernmental group that is all those cities and the county, etc. And there's also the potential to give recommendations to local nonprofits or service providers, school districts, other folks that may have a role to play in carrying out recommendations related to this topic. But the focus is, as the title of the assembly suggests, Deschutes County specifically. So my recommendation as far as the maximum potential for success of recommendations is to focus on the county rather than, for example, the state or federal government, et cetera, because that's where we've put a lot of focus into trying to build relationships and make sure that people are paying attention to the assembly and its work. That said, as I said, free reign, every word of the final report is yours. Don't worry, you'll get to fix typos at the end. But even those will be fixed by you, never passed through anyone else. And when we get to the final day, the report will be printed at 4 p.m. or 4:30 on that final day and never changed again. It doesn't get made into a glossy handout, it doesn't get pictures, it doesn't get any sort of extra material. It comes straight from you onto the website to the public and to decision makers, period. So that's what I want to say about that. Any questions, by the way? Haven't opened up for that. Yeah, go for it. And please turn on your mic, if you could, whenever you speak, so that everybody can hear you. All right.
I'm just curious to know if these will remain our property or if we're turning in some of this stuff.
Fair question. Yes, those are absolutely your property, and you can take them with you to read in between sessions or take notes, or you can leave them here. Just please, at the end of the day, if you do leave them here, push all your stuff together so that we're going to kind of mix up the room between days. But yep, they're yours. Any others? Yeah, go for it. Oh, and grab a mic if you would.
My question is, how is this funded?
Yeah.
I mean, you're from this organization. Did you receive a grant? And I've worked with grants before, and usually they have some sort of time period where you have to kind of talk about what you're doing and what you're going to do. Can you talk about that a little?
Yeah, totally. Josh will mention this, in fact, if you want to talk about it right now, but the summary is it's funded by a whole bunch of different folks. And some local foundations, some national foundations, local donors. Yeah, you want to jump in here?
Thanks. Great question, and really important, and this is also on the website for the public to see as well. The transparency here is super, super important, which is also why we're live streaming. So the funding that we started to raise in order to just sort of move the process forward at the beginning of 2023 came all from local individuals and a couple of corporate donors like Brooks Resources who contributed sort of to get the ball moving. And then because this is one of the first of this kind of these events in the US in recent history, we had some interest from some federal, national, and international foundations who provided catalyst funding so we could get this moving, but we'll be looking for local funding later. And those include the Rockefeller Foundation, Omidyar Network, and Quadrivium, which is another big foundation. As well, the Ford Family Foundation, which is here regional, and Roundhouse Foundation. And yeah, those are, I think, the major funders. And moving forward, we'll talk about this as time goes on, but we are talking extensively with local government about if they decide that this has been really valuable for you and for other members of the community and important for government as well, that they'll all sort of start to pool money so that we can do more of these into the future.
Awesome, thanks, Josh. And I think those are, listed on the website, and the website for the project is cocap.us, so COCAP.us, which is this sort of local group that Josh and others have helped form to kind of become a hub for interesting and innovative democracy things here in Central Oregon, which is fabulous. Any other thoughts or questions? All right, sweet. Onward we go. All right, so staff, get prepped to come up here. In fact, if you could kind of form over here on the right-hand side. And we're going to go moderators first, and then Grace, and then Ansel, talking about journalists, and then Josh, and then back to me for a moment, and then researchers. All right. There's a bunch of people in the room who've helped make this happen. No complicated event like this happens in a vacuum or just with a few people. And you should know who we all are and who some other folks are in the room who are going to be around. The most important thing to say up front is that we are all here as your support staff. We are not running the process. We are supporting you to be able to do the best work you can do. So that's kind of the overarching philosophy. And what that means is that we're each going to tell you what we can do for you, or what our team can do for you. So please come to us and ask us for what you need. My role here is to help explain what's going to happen at each stage and to moderate some things in the large group here. And yeah, my interest is in making a process and making an environment here in the plenary that's a work environment that's welcome for everyone, it's productive, respectful, fair, and that functions. It gets through and on time, more or less, and in a process that gets into different parts of the decision making in an order that is understandable. A thing to know about myself and all of the staff is that we will not be involved in the topic at hand in any way. And we take that really seriously because we're not the ones who have been selected to work on it. We're here to make the process happen. And we put a really strict boundary between those two things. You're the ones who are actually doing the work on the topic. So we won't answer any questions about the topic. We won't fact check anything. We won't remind you of anything that anybody's said. We won't ask any, did I say ask any questions related to the topic? Yeah, I did. Try us. We won't. And we'll say, well, that's not my role. Please ask your fellow delegates. That said, please do ask us any questions about the process, logistics, payment, and the variety of other things, research that we're all going to talk about. All right, mods, let's just each introduce ourselves with the same question as everyone else. For time's sake, I think we actually are doing pretty well on time. So everybody, as you introduce yourselves, if you want to answer the question about what you're putting on hold to be here, I think that's great.
Hi everyone, my name is Marissa. My pronouns are she, her. I live here in Bend, and today I am missing Bend Roots Festival.
Hey, I'm Adam, he, him. I live here in Bend and over in Beaverton. Right now I'm missing the long drive back over the pass.
Hi everyone, I'm Jenny. I'm a psychology student here at OSU Cascades, and I live in Sun River. I am really looking forward to supporting my delegates, and I am missing a friend's baby shower to be here today.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name's Ryan. I live in Bend. One of the hats I wear is as an educator, so I'm missing out or putting on hold grading papers. So I'm very excited to be here.
Hi, everybody. I am Lauren. I'm a program director at Healthy Democracy as well. I'm also one of your small group moderators. And you'll notice in your binder, it calls me the mental health process advisor. And that's just there because we're going to be talking about challenging things. And if at any point you want some company, you want a minute to breathe, you're frustrated or have a lot of any kind of emotion coming up, just you can flag me down and I can hang out, sit, breathe, talk, whatever you need to do. And I'm missing out on time with my kitten and my nephew to be here.
Hi everyone, I'm Justin with Healthy Democracy. You might remember me as the person who was bugging you on the phone on Wednesday. I called many of you. I don't know if I got to everybody, but most everybody, or left a voicemail for you if I missed you. I'm based in Seattle, Washington, so I'm down here this is actually my first time visiting Bend. I've been to Oregon many times, but had not been to Bend itself, so excited to be here. I am giving up, I guess, kind of, weekend hangout time with my wife and kid and our couple of dogs. So, but excited to be here. Was there something else? Oh, my role in the project, just also helping out as staff. So if you need anything I can do to help out, I'm one of the other staff who can help you with things. So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Grace Taylor. I have talked with most of you at some point during the process, getting ready to be here. So excited to see you actually in person after phone calls and emails. My role at Healthy Democracy is as the operations director, so I'm sort of the practical nuts and bolts day-to-day, take care of business type of persons to support the rest of this work that happens.
And I just want to say if we could all just say a special thank you to Grace. Most of what you see in the room, all the papers and the logistics and the fact that there's food here for us to eat is down to Grace. Thank you. Among lots and lots of other things. All right, super. Let's go to Ansel.
Hello, my name is Ansel. I'm the communications director for Democracy Next, which is one of the organizations that is a partner in putting this on. My main role for you all is to be kind of like a liaison between you and some of the journalists who are here. We have a number of folks who are here in the gallery. George Anders from the Chronicle of Philanthropy is putting up his hand. Joe Matthews, who has been a columnist for the LA Times, over here. And Liz Corker, who's here from Idaho. And so throughout this process, there will be some journalists here, and they're here to just see what this is like and do some stories on it. And this is obviously a really important process for Deschutes County, but we do hope that this gains some wider visibility across the rest of the country. So that's the importance of that. And if you'd like to talk to any of them directly, come find me and I can make that happen for you. If you also have any sort of privacy concerns, you feel like somebody's getting in your face too much, come to me and I can sort that out for you. And one more, Zach Boggs is here from Wahoo Films. Zach is putting together a short documentary about this whole process as well. So that's about it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ansel. Appreciate it. And welcome, journalists. Happy to have you here. Let's go to Josh next.
One more time. And just to paint the picture a little bit more about, you've heard this COCAP thing a few times now. This is, as we mentioned, sort of a hub for civic engagement that has a vision of very much like the one you'll see from Democracy Next here very soon, of just creating a community where everyone has an opportunity to have a seat at the table in building our shared future. And we're kind of working on it every day, trying to develop some new possibilities for you and everyone else in the community. But the core is that we have partners who have made this possible. So Claudia, in a moment, is from Democracy Next. I'll let her introduce herself. We also have, of course, Healthy Democracy, Lynn, and the crew that you heard from. You're also going to hear from our colleagues who are here at the university. Elizabeth will be speaking in just a moment, and Taha is around as well. He's up in the audience. He may try to skip out on speaking, I don't know. And also, of course, the funding stuff that we already talked about, so that was something that we definitely wanted to address. And I think just very important, because there's this like arc of what's gonna happen between now and the 6th of October that I think you all have a feel for, but this whole weekend is all about learning about the challenges around us and also learning how to form kind of a mini legislature here in the room. And then when we come back in October, it's really going to be about digging down and starting to figure out how we prioritize the many solutions that are already out there. You're going to find and hear from people, and in the material that we printed out for you, it's not as if government and local service providers haven't been working incredibly hard to try to find solutions for youth homelessness. And so what we're going to do here is you'll be figuring out how to kind of get back at government to understand what you think the priorities should be. And they're going to take that into deep account. And really, really importantly, on that final day, when we have the recommendations all drawn up, we're going to bring up the entire Youth Action Board, not just the 4 you met today, but the rest of their colleagues as well. And you'll be presenting to them what the actual recommendations are. They'll have then an opportunity to comment on those. We'll package it all together. And later on, toward the very beginning of November, Tammy Bainey, who you met earlier from COIC, is going to bring together a meeting of the entire board of the COIC, which is elected officials from across all 3 counties. And they will be presented those recommendations as well. And we'll be letting you all know so that you can be there for that. So there are going to be some real concrete points where what you're doing here will be presented to the decision makers, and then by the end of the year, they've agreed to come back to us and tell us whether they're going to implement those recommendations and how and why or why not. So there's this real concrete pathway toward you making decisions that are super, super impactful. And one other partner that I didn't mention, but she'll be up here too, I believe, Maya from MIT, and you'll be hearing a bit about some of the analysis on the conversations that we're having that will be going on. Hope I didn't miss anyone.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. So next is going to be the fabulous team of researchers who are here to evaluate the process, research different aspects of it. But I just want to say something from the process side first, and what the relationship is here. So the research is independent of our process design, but we value it enormously because how we learn, one of the ways that we learn, otherwise, getting direct feedback from you all is always wonderful as well. But to make things like this better, we've been doing this for about 15 years or so, and every time I get little jitters because we're trying something new, and that's down to learning things, especially from delegates, but also from the many people who have been working to try to figure out how to make these more effective and more fair and all of those kind of things. So with that, and I want to say that, they'll be observing different parts of the process. They'll talk about that, and that the answers to the surveys, I just want to be clear, will never come back to us. So please be candid. We will get some kind of anonymized version of that later on that will help us learn, but please be candid in your answers. All right, who's starting off the research team? Is that you?
I'll kick us off. Thank you, Lynn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Claudia Schwalis. I'm the founder and the CEO of Democracy Next. I also wanted to take just a moment to introduce Democracy Next as an organization because we're one of the partners involved so that you have a sense of, why are we as a global organization involved in this project that's going on locally here in Deschutes? There's a few reasons. One is that, actually there's a local link as well. One of our board members is here in Bend, Matt Abrams, who's actually sitting up there as well. So we have a connection here too, but we are a global platform for democratic innovation, and we're working in a broader way to try and shift who has power and how are we taking decisions together, both in government, but also other kinds of organizations of daily life. So we also do this kind of work with deliberation and assemblies with museums and schools and universities and workplaces, trying to make this something that becomes more normal as well. We serve in this wider global community as both a knowledge hub and an action lab on these ideas of citizens' assemblies, deliberation, which just means the collectively weighing evidence and coming to share decisions off the back of it, and also this idea of sortition, which is, I think, a word that's unfamiliar to many people, but is a very ancient practice of randomly selecting decision makers. So the process that you went through the lottery of being selected to be here is something that dates back thousands of years, and this is a contemporary practice that we're trying to also familiarize and bring back into something that becomes, again, used by government, but also in other contexts. And I also just thought it would be worth situating the fact that what we're doing here today is also part of a much bigger global movement of public authorities at all levels of government all over the world, convening groups like this as citizens' assemblies to address all sorts of different kinds of policy issues. So the OECD, which is an international organization that does research and analysis, has collected around over 700 examples of these kinds of assemblies that have taken place all over the world. And part of why this is happening here too is that the local decision makers that you heard from this morning, as well as some of the others you'll hear from next weekend too, were really inspired by these ideas and are keen to not just have this be a first and one-off assembly, but think about how can this practice of involving everyday people who live here on a more ongoing basis be part of how we do democracy here? So that's just a little bit of an introduction to us, and this is just kind of what I was saying now. And I wanted to take a moment together with Maya to introduce what we're doing together between Democracy Next and also the MIT Center for Constructive Communication in collaboration around tech-enhanced deliberative assemblies, so citizens' assemblies being one of them, but deliberative assemblies being that broader term for these kinds of assemblies also taking place in universities and schools and so on. And so we wanted to explain to you what is our approach and our philosophy for why we're thinking about adding technology to enhance these assembly processes. So our main and really overarching goal is centered around wanting to enhance the quality and the legitimacy of the process that's taking place. We want to be able to increase the transparency, both for the trustworthiness of what happens, but also to enable the wider understanding of the wider public of what took place in this space and how did everyone get to the recommendations that resulted at the end of it, and also to have a public archive of this whole process that took place that's grounded in the voice of all of your deliberations. And finally, we're also thinking about how technology can help to systematize these assembly processes to enable them to scale and to be in a sense of being able to be easier to do by more people in more places to take place. So I'll hand it over to Maya to introduce herself and also this unique relationship that we're working with.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Maya. I'm coming from the MIT Center for Constructive Communication. I'm a prototype manager there. So basically, I live in the middle of this Venn diagram with all of you this weekend. So the MIT Center for Constructive Communication has grad students, researchers. We've studied things like polarization. How can AI support better understanding of recorded small dialogues, voice anonymization. And out of our work spun this nonprofit, Cortico, and they have a platform called Fora, which holds these small small dialogues for the purpose of sense making, which is basically taking all of these people's lived experiences and pulling deep insights for the people hosting these conversations. And it's actually where the recordings today will be living. It's a completely secure platform. If you have any questions about the consent forms you signed or didn't sign, feel free to come to me. I have a lot of information on the privacy stuff. Basically, you are determining how far your data goes. We are completely respecting what you are comfortable with. So if you have any specific questions about that, please feel free to come to me.
Thanks, Maya. And we just have a couple of slides to show you so it sounds less abstract of like, what do you mean that we're going to record these? And there's this platform for it and so on. So the recordings that have taken place and that Maya was referring to that MIT and Cortico have used now for many years have taken place already amongst hundreds of organizations with small groups that have had conversations that have been recorded either in person, on Zoom, or through the Fora mobile app. And in all of these situations, the recordings get uploaded to the Fora platform where there's all sorts of different data that is available and linked back to those conversations. So about where they took place, what kind of topics that they took place on, able to go into a little bit more depth to find different highlights from the conversations, being able to have this wider understanding of the main themes that came up and at what point of the conversation did they happen, and being able to go in and then listen to those parts of the highlights with the full context of what was said around that highlight as well. So this is kind of what it looks like. There's one conversation that takes place, and on the app, there's a recording thing where each of those lines refers to one person's voice and when did they speak during that conversation. So you can imagine when there's many different conversations that take place, so over the course of these next 5 days, there's going to be many conversations that will add up. And so how do you make sense and how do you also analyze such a large amount of really qualitative conversational data? So leveraging what different technologies of natural language processing and AI and machine learning, it's possible to draw some insights from that large amount of qualitative data to get a sense of the main themes that have emerged. And to be able to have synthesis that is then also grounded in the voice of what was said behind the synthesis that has been put together, and using AI-powered sense-making tools to be able to pull out some of the highlights. All of this is also not being done fully by AI either, so I think if there's questions around this aspect, Maya can speak to it a bit further. And then we're also interested in being able to have outputs from this whole process that are not just a static website or a PDF report that's been written, but also having aspects that convey some of this richness of what happened and are also grounded in the voice of these conversations that took place. So these are just some examples from other projects that MIT Center for Constructive Communication and Cortico have done. And the way that we're thinking about it more broadly in terms of how are we thinking about tech-enhanced citizens' assemblies, if we think about a kind of schema of a citizens' assembly process, kind of going through these different stages over the course of 5 days, overall, we're thinking very intentionally about how we could be using technology in different ways to enhance the quality of that process. So we're not trying to make this shorter, we're not trying to replace your facilitators with AI facilitators, which we know some other people in the field are trying to do. We're really focused on this remaining a very human-centered process, with the technology being as invisible as possible, but enabling this richer set of insights to come from everything that you're going to be talking about and doing. And I also really want to emphasize the fact that things from this wider plenary, which are open to observers, those will be made public. But everything that is being recorded in your small group conversations, the only people who will have access to that data are the research team at MIT and at OSU. So Beth and Taha will speak in a moment there, but nobody else will have access to those full recordings. And if there is anything shared as highlights from those in a wider public web page, that would only be if you have given consent to that being the case. So just wanted to make sure that that was clear to all of you and give you a chance to ask any questions about that, because we understand that that might raise various questions and you might have different concerns or ideas or want to understand better. So I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, Maya, but we wanted to make sure you understood, like, why are we recording this and what is this going to be used for and the research purposes and so on.
Just to add a little context, like, this is an experiment and you guys are like the first seed of it. We're so excited to be here because we've never done something at this scale before. So any feedback that you have for how it felt, I'm really curious to hear from you. And I'm so excited to see what kind of insights you all bring to this. So thank you for your participation, or at least putting up with us being here. So yeah. Because it really is groundbreaking. I showed you the graph with over 700 assemblies that have taken place. This is the very first one ever where we're going to be recording everything that happens. So you are part of something that is new and advancing kind of how we're thinking about the wider movement globally too. So I will end there, but thank you very much for your time and attention.
That was so thorough. They'll be around for this weekend. Any questions right now or thoughts? Anything about that? There's a few more pieces of the yeah. Go for it. Use the mic if you would.
Will we have access to the Cortico information?
Hi, sorry, I ran away too fast. So right now we're using that for processing the data, and so to keep it confidential, only the researchers will have access. But we do want to experiment with outputs from it. It would be really interesting to see how you reacted if people consent to sharing their own highlights, how it would feel to like hear back something you said like months ago that turned into policy. So we are very interested in you all having some interaction with the output, but the Cortico platform itself, we're trying to keep it secure so people's data doesn't go where they don't want it to.
I believe that correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're working on a very high level sort of summarized kind of output from this to come back to just the assembly as assistance, sort of starting up the second weekend. So we're going to have a 3-week break here where it's easy to kind of lose track of what happened on the first weekend. And of course, there'll be tons of notes. You all will take tons of notes, and there'll be all kinds of papers all over the place and sticky notes everywhere. But this is just another way that potentially, at a high level kind of summary, oh yeah, that's what we talked about, to get started on that second weekend. So that's kind of a little bit of a thing that'll come back to you all, I think, in this process, although that's not final, so don't hold me to that. All right, cool. All right, Beth.
Hi, everybody. It's really great to see you all. My name's Beth Marino. I'm the Associate Dean of Academic Affairs here at OSU Cascades, and so we're your host for today. And OSU Cascades, we serve the region. Most of our students come from the Central Oregon region, so one thing I can do for you is if you have any questions about the university, if you want a tour of another building, if you want to know, I don't actually have a hard hat on me, so we can't take a tour, but if you want to know what those buildings are going to be, I can help answer those questions for you. If you have a student that you want to get information for, I'm happy to do that. I live in Tumalo. I moved here in 2006. I moved from Alaska. Colleen, you and I should be best friends. I have a bunch of animals also. And I'm also a researcher at the university. So I run a lab that was founded in 2017 called the Laboratory for the American Conversation. And we've looked at divisive conversations and how they move forward and how we bring people from across the political spectrum together to really create novel solutions for hard challenges. And so I'm doing research on how you guys compromise. So I'm really interested in how people with diverse perspectives have a civil conversation and how you are able to maintain your identity, who you are, what your values are as you move forward in compromise. So this is my research associate. His name's Taha El-Wafadi. He has the unique characteristic of being born in Bend, which most of us in this community are not. And so I'll let him talk a little bit about his role at the lab.
Yeah, so like Beth said, I'm Taha. I work for Beth and Chris Walsko, a psychology professor here at the Lab for the American Conversation. I will be joining Beth in that research to understand how you all communicate and compromise and learn from each other. And yeah, like Beth was saying, I was born here in Bend. I've lived here my whole life pretty much and went to school here. I think this content is super important. The effect that instability has on young people especially and students is profound. So I worked in student government here for about 4 years, worked on student resources, and the stuff you're working on is super important. So thank you for being here. I'm excited to hear what you guys come up with.
Thanks, y'all. Ben? One more here. We're almost to a break. The next thing is break, so... All right, here we go.
Yeah, so just briefly, my name is Ben Graham, and I'll try to be really clear, because I know you've heard from multiple universities and research teams right now. My name is Ben Graham, and I'll explain that. I'm an associate professor at Cal Poly Humboldt, just made the long drive up the 1, turned into the 101, and up here. Had to cross over at 199, so I think the Northern California and Oregon get the best of the Pacific Ocean on the coast, yeah. It's great to be here. I'm very passionate about this area and the work you're doing today. I want to just, reiterate that idea of this service. Thank you for your service here today. I'll always remember a conversation I had with Lynn about 3 years ago that kind of got me on the train of doing this sort of work. And along with my collaborator, Stephanie Burkhalter, we really believe in what's happening here. To clarify, we've got some wonderful research teams representing the cutting edge of the future of deliberative democracy. Stephanie Burkhalter and I are looking more at civic engagement and how it kind of increases your sense of being a community member. But to give you some shorthand, and I'm okay to say this, I can just be the survey guy. So the orange surveys that you did this morning, the end of day surveys, which is actually a service to Healthy Democracy, who's going to be using these short surveys every day. I help with that. So that's, if you have any questions about the surveys, you can come speak to me. and I'm happy to answer that. But I'm from Cal Poly Humboldt. We collaborated on the Petaluma project, which was a citizens assembly that was held in Petaluma, California, done by Healthy Democracy. And my co-collaborator is Stephanie Burkhalter, who will be here in the second weekend. I'll be here all of this weekend. So thanks again. I know a break is coming soon, and appreciate you all being here.
Thanks, Ben. And just to clarify, when he says collaborate, that is, you know, in a fairly separated way. And those end of day surveys, again, the overarching themes come back to us, or any problems that you all have identified, you know, but no identifying information. So please, he's the only one that, or the research team are the only ones that see that, not us. Okay, one more thing to mention, alternates. Thank you so much for being here. There are a few alternates who will help fill in the seats up here, folks who couldn't make it, and other folks who have joined us who were on the panel or on the assembly already. Do a quick round of introductions here, but we'll do that selection to fill in empty seats during lunch. So alternates, please stick around, have lunch with us, and yeah, and then we'll let you know if you've been selected onto the assembly at that point. Okay, cool. Let's take a 15-minute break. It's 10:50. That was, I just want to acknowledge, whew, this is the bulk. This is not going to be like this. And I've got a little bit more talking after the break, but we're going to mix it up here pretty fast. And should also say that no need to remember anything that just happened. This is information that we're just sort of, you know, fire hosing into the pool, and you can swim in the pool as much as you want or not at all. And there's lots of people around here to ask questions of, and basically that's what this is all about, to let you know, hey, who are all these faces that are hanging out? Cool. Let's take 15 and come back at 11:09. All right. All right, friends, let's make our way back to the big table here. We'll get started in about 1 minute. 1 minute warning. Oh my gosh, they're fast. By the way, can anybody hear this outside? People who are outside just now, or is it not really, can you not hear it? You heard it? Oh, okay, all right, well, that's good to know, all right. Right. I forgot a vital introduction, which is Matt and Donovan, who are running sound and the thing, lights, and everything to do with the technology back there. Thank you so much. Woo! It's a hard job, and sometimes we do it ourselves, and it's just such an amazing pleasure to have professionals in the room doing it right. So, cheers. And look at that, it's already on screen. Wild. All right, so I'm just going to talk through a little bit of just very high level what the process looks like over these next couple weekends. And just a reminder, this is the first weekend, today, tomorrow, and then the second weekend will be a 3-day weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, October 4, 5, and 6. And yeah, so there's sort of two main pieces of the assembly process. The first piece is the information gathering piece, and that kind of continues, comes back again later on in the second weekend. I forgot to mention before that one of the ways that you all have power within this process is to select additional information and people or types of people or organizations that you'd like to hear from on the second weekend. So there was a content committee, it's called, of a number, half a dozen sort of stakeholders, people who've worked on this issue in Deschutes County for a long time, who put together 4 presenters for this weekend, is kind of giving you a background crash course in this topic and the terms to know and the stuff that's happened already and is happening. And then also a list of additional folks who will be joining you for more of a workshop kind of format in small groups tomorrow afternoon. And then there's the YAB, the Youth Action Board, that you met a few members of this morning, who will also be joining, as I said, tomorrow morning. So there's a number of different kind of information sources, probably a total of, what is that, about 25 people or something that you'll talk to. Not every assembly delegate will talk to every one of those people. It'll be in small groups, and you'll have to share information with each other. So that's kind of the crash course for this weekend. But then these other little orange blips there represent folks that you all will identify as, hey, this was great, but we're really missing this and this and this perspective, and I need this kind of information, I want this kind of graph, I want this whatever. You'll give us an assignment to go out and find that for you. That'll happen tomorrow afternoon. Next weekend, a little bit this weekend, and then most of next weekend will be this blue arrow, which is all the kind of under the category of kind of deliberation work together. This is the real the talking and the editing and the small groups and and the piecing things together and lots of stuff on the walls kind of stuff. So that'll start a little bit tomorrow in just brainstorming some ideas about guiding principles. This is kind of a first stage, kind of values, things that might underlie a decision, not the actual potential solutions, but just kind of ideas that might guide you in the second weekend. You'll start to identify a few of those tomorrow. But then next weekend, you'll work on refining those a bit and then move into potential, real tangible solutions, prioritizing those, putting them together and all that kind of stuff, into the final day where you'll be working on creating that final report. It'll go out to the public. And the 2 weekends are kind of broken apart in another way as well. This weekend is really from the perspective of investigation, discovery. No decisions are being made this weekend. This weekend is not about sort of opinions, but is rather about just all getting as much information as you can possibly gather. This is your big chunk of working together to collect and capture as much information from these folks as possible. Next weekend, though, don't worry, there will be lots of time to start stating opinions and start making some decisions about a lot of this stuff. There'll be lots of time for that. So today, just hold on to this idea that you're all investigators. You're all sort of out there just trying to discover as much as possible. Yeah. Any questions or thoughts about the general overview of the arc here? Okay, cool. I'm going to do this sometimes, just take a breath, if only for myself, to make sure I don't miss something in my notes here. And your small group moderators might do that in small groups too. Uncomfortable silence is sometimes our friend because people tend to say really interesting stuff when there's a little bit of uncomfortable silence. But I think that's all I need to say here. As Josh mentioned on that final day, the first recipient of your results, and you'll be talking to them a couple more times during the process, so it won't be like it's a surprise to them, but we'll be members of that Youth Action Board. And then a month later or so, then there'll be more opportunities to all go, or as many people as can. You'll be paid for that as well, to go to speak directly to elected officials with these recommendations as well. And other opportunities ongoing. There'll be subcommittees of the assembly formed toward the end of the process or in the second weekend, where you'll be able to, carry this forward if you like. Continue to work with the YAB if you both find that to be useful, or to represent your recommendations with decision makers and others as it goes forward. Those recommendations belong to you. They don't belong to certainly not us, but even local partners in this project. They only belong to you, and you're the only ones that will ever speak to those recommendations. So for folks who want to be engaged longer term in sort of talking about either what the panel has recommended specifically, or just what this process was like personally, and speak to that side of things, there'll be opportunities for that on into the future. Okay, cool. Let me jump into the next section here. Cool. Chart mod. Could I ask you to come forward, and the small group moderators have other roles in the process here, and Marissa will be helping to write things on these lovely charts up here. So, we've talked about deliberation a few times, and this sort of idea of working together to suss out as much information as possible, and then the trade-offs, and work with figuring out what's great information and how it fits together and all of that kind of thing. And I'm just going to talk a little bit more about what makes deliberation possible among a group which, as you know from the jump, is made up of people who are by design different in just about well, I don't know about every single way, but a bunch of different ways, and a lot more ways that we'll all discover about each other, and similar to each other in a lot of other ways too, as you've probably discovered in your conversations this morning. But I'm going to run through a few different sort of key ways that these processes can work, especially when things maybe get a little bit, people have disagreements a little bit later on, perhaps in the second weekend. And these ideas are stolen straight from previous assemblies that we've run, mostly here in Oregon. So we've sort of collected a few of those ideas as a jumping off point, and these will form agreements that you will make among each other about how you'll choose to discuss things with each other, group discussion agreements. But they will also then apply to us, presenters, and everybody else who's part of this process. So you're about to sort of set the rules of the process here, basically. And so this is a sort of a starting point from previous assemblies, and then I'll ask for suggestions of what to add, what to change, and if there's general agreement about that, they'll end up on a list, and then they'll go on cards, and they'll go all around the room. So here's sort of the starting place from previous assemblies. Number one off the top of the list is very general, to treat everyone with respect. That covers a lot. Secondly here, to be open to new ideas and to listen with care. Sometimes this also involves sort of coming from curiosity first and then going onward. Next, there's keeping focused on the topic at hand and minimizing distractions. I got speaking clearly and briefly, sharing airtime. That just means like kind of sharing who's speaking in the group and helping to make sure that everybody has a chance. Being yourself, whoever you are, and participating fully, whatever that means to you. And I should clarify, this means not necessarily talking. That's not the only way to participate. Writing, just being there, being able to summarize things later on is all great. No expectation of any particular participation built into this, I don't think. And even disagree with respect, back to that, i.e. not like this. So here's that list, sort of compiled from previous folks, a starting place, and would love to get ideas of modifications, additions that you all would like to make to this, or things that you'd like to strike from it. And I should say, feel free to raise your hand. The other way you can note that you'd like to speak is to turn your table tents on end. And if there are a number of people in line to speak, then Marissa will start noting down people's names to get them in order. Additions, thoughts, things you'd like to add? Fair enough. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. Thumbs up. All right. Maybe a round of, do people feel like these are agreeable things across the board around the room? Speak now or forever? Okay. All right, sweet. Well, there may be things that you realize as time goes on over the weekend, and that's perfectly fine. Can add to this list, or amend things as we go forward. All right, cool. Well, gosh, that's awesome. All right. And I should say something about the moderator's role. So our number one, well, aside from your personal comfort and health and safety, and just assisting you in whatever way we can, is to help uphold these agreements. So we will refer to these gently. We're not here to police anything, but our biggest hope is that you all help each other to stand by these. But that's our main objective here as well. just to make this a good space for everyone to do the work of the process. All right, cool. So yeah, I guess don't be alarmed if a moderator in a small group or me up here says, hold on a second, I feel like that might not reflect on this bullet point right there. Is there a different way you could say that or whatever? And in fact, that sort of dovetails into the next thing to just mention here is, as someone I think mentioned up here, this and many topics are sensitive in a variety of ways, bring things up in a variety of different ways. We all come from different places personally, and we all are different humans. And I think, just to point out that virtually anything that any of us say about any person or group of people probably applies to at least one person in this room in person. So I encourage you to just sort of think about that, and if you would say that to that person's face, if you were looking at them, because you very well might be. And that applies to all of us, by the way. And please hold the rest of us to that same standard. No one is above that. No speaker in front of the room. And that's very important. Yeah, I think let's jump straight into this next bit. So another just sort of conversation, just to open up a little bit more of just getting to know each other. And with just a slight sort of relationship to the topic here. I should also say that no one is ever required to share literally anything personal. So, and please don't try to draw that out of folks if for any reason. But as much as you want to say about yourself is also very welcome. One of the great things about doing a democratic lottery is that, there's all kinds of people with a variety of experience right here, right now. And in fact, talking to somebody who said, I really am coming from zero on this topic, and I said, yeah, you're probably in the 90% majority on the assembly. That's perfectly normal every single time. So first of all, no need to know anything or have any experience. But you might be surprised. There's often something from people that you know or your personal life that does actually relate, or something from your professional skills or other places. So don't underestimate yourselves. You are the biggest resource to the final recommendations. To start sort of maybe demonstrate that off, let's match up in pairs, but different pairs. So turn the opposite direction this time. And wait, no, I forgot something about the process. Graphics. So the big theory of deliberation, before we move into this, is that instead of the usual way that most of us have understood how we do politics, which is debating with each other on opposite sides of the table with the topic in the middle between us, the overarching kind of idea of this is to respect the differences of opinions, and even to bring those out. Conflict can become productive and can generate new ideas, but to come at it from the perspective of working from the same side of the issue first. And that's what this whole weekend is about, gathering information together as one team, and looking at the issue together from the same side of the table, first and foremost. Okay, now I think we're set for the next section. Okay, so turn the opposite direction and just say hi, first of all, and introduce yourselves. But then also chat about these two questions. I'll take about 15 minutes for this or so. How has your housing situation changed throughout your life? And you may want to ask the other person this question, sort of go back and forth a little bit. And if you feel comfortable, have you or folks you know faced challenges with housing at any point? Let's sort of get started thinking about that, I have a feeling most people probably have something to say about that. So yeah, turn the opposite way and let's take 15 minutes. All right. By the way, if anybody wants to stand up and move away from the table for this 15 or outside, feel free. That's great. Thanks to Josh for that. About 3 more minutes or so. All right, let's head on back to the full group here whenever you hear a break in the conversation. Right, let's head on back. All. And you're just about at lunch. It's only half an hour. Ooh, in fact, I can see some of the catering material appearing over there, so I don't know what's for lunch, but it's close. I'm hungry. And you'll have lots of time to chat. By the way, during lunch, feel free to make use of any of the spaces you want. As I said, feel free to go home if you need to, or just out and about if you need to, but please, just a reminder to be back maybe 5 to 1 at least, so that we can get started. And if I can ask for the observer gallery in particular to be silent in the back, or as close to silent as possible, please take any conversations up to the outside. Thank you. Fantastic. Well, I have a couple more things to hit before lunchtime, but I'd first just like to ask for any thoughts, no pressure, but any sort of insights or questions that are developing in your head coming out of what you've heard from folks. And please don't say anything personal that somebody might have told you. Speak at a high level only. Don't share anything that's personal, but just sort of any high level thoughts from chatting for the last little bit. Yeah, and hit the thing there until you see a green light. You might have to just hold it down for a second. All right, good. Go for it. And bring it close to your mouth. Remember when you're speaking into the microphone. Great.
Well, my question is, how can we get the government to finally help people instead of being greedy and wanting money? And listening to corporations for money, that's all they care about.
Thanks for that. Yep, go for it.
We were just kind of chatting about the fact that I get a feeling that we have a kind of a dual purpose here. And one is to, well, actually, no, and I agree. One is, the first part of this is how to communicate constructively. And the second part is gathering data that's going to be used in a good purpose. And for all of you folks that are doing research around here, we're giving data for your studies and that which is important. So I was wondering if anybody else got that impression that we're kind of doing a couple of things here.
You want to jump in? Yeah, go for it.
I think with that, a third thing we're doing is we're really trying to give the politicians, local politicians, a concrete plan and then hold them accountable to that plan, because there are problems with incentives being improperly aligned where sometimes politicians don't do the right thing because they're worried about themselves, and that's a perfectly rational thing to do, but we really need to hold them to their word if they give us their word that they will execute what we come up with.
For that,
and along those lines, we were chatting about making sure they understand the struggles of our community and the problems with obtaining and retaining housing in our community, particularly for those folks who work in the restaurants and who work in retail, how there's no way they can have 3 times of the income to pay a rent, to get a rental, and first and last. That it's almost impossible for people who are working in our community to get housing. It's really almost impossible now. And so I think they probably know those things, but I also agreed totally with holding them account. Once they have the plan and they agree to help, I think going back and having them say where they're at in the process is huge. And even what they're doing now, we don't really hear about the successes. They tell all the agencies what's happening together, but they never tell the community. So then the community's like, oh, what are we spending money on? Nothing's happening. So then they get frustrated and say, well, they're not doing anything, so let's stop. So I think letting the community know what's happening is super important now and when they receive this plan.
I think I saw maybe Alex, were you about to put up your, and please, if you can turn up your table tents on their edge, I'll make sure to come around to you, help me keep track. Go for it.
I think something that would be important to think about is making sure that we're not just thinking about the solution, but also the cause. Like, what is causing this problem? Instead of, I mean, obviously both are important, but getting to the root instead of just a Band-Aid.
For that, I'm going to note something here really fast. You might see me fidgeting or looking around, but that's just because ignore me as much as possible and talk to each other if you can, and I'll make myself as scarce as possible. Steve.
A couple of points. First of all, I've looked at the material inside the booklet, and I don't see any information on youth homelessness, which is why we're here. And I'm going to distinguish youth homelessness from adult homelessness. Point 2, the gentleman across the way talked about cost. And I think what we're really talking about is the misallocation of government resources. And I'll give just one little example. The Bend Bulletin reported that the city of Bend is about to build a new public works department. The cost, $130 million. Where did the city come up with that money? On the other side, they just instituted something they call a TUF, Transportation Utility Fee. It's attached to your water bill. This year it's $5.60 a month. Next year it goes up. Third year it will cap at $15 a month. Okay, $15. In the meantime, there's a project on Colorado called the Jack Straw Project. It's 390 units of housing. Of those 390 units, only 2 are deemed affordable. In the meantime, after the project started, the city of Bend gave that project a $10.8 million property tax exemption. That money just goes to the developer. Nothing to do with encouraging housing in this city. In the meantime, it's money which could have been put to paving our streets. Instead, they added the cost to our water bill. Thank you.
All right, let's just take the other 3 that are up right now, and then we'll move on about, as long as that takes, maybe about a few minutes. I forget who was first, but let's Colleen, I'll just move around here.
I just want to follow up with what Judy had mentioned about follow through with the government. Is that the idea with the subcommittees?
A process point. I can respond to that. Yeah, that's part of the idea. Is this doesn't last? This doesn't end on October 6th. This is hopefully just the start of you all, as many as you're willing to continue to be involved.
And as just a second part to that, is there a way, especially for this group that is going to come up with all these recommendations, is there a way for us to then find out, is there follow through? Were there decisions made based on what we've recommended? If we come up with 5 points that we feel are the priorities for this city, and then we're not going to be sitting in that room with them for the rest of their terms. So then how do we find out if those action points were actually, I get that there's subcommittees, but if you're not on a subcommittee, is there going to be follow-up on your part so that we can then know what happens?
Yes, thank you. Really great and important question. So right now what's scheduled is on the 7th of November, you will all have the opportunity to present those recommendations to the board of the COIC. That board consists all of elected officials from across the county and beyond. Then the City of Bend and the County Commission have both agreed that by the before the holidays, so really within 5 weeks of that presentation, they'll hold public sessions on all of the recommendations that apply to their jurisdiction, and that before the holidays, they'll actually hold a public meeting with a response. So there is a very clear line through to where you'll be able to see and ask questions to them publicly. Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep that. It'll be everywhere. We'll have it publicly on our website and social media, but we'll also be communicating that directly to you as well.
Thanks for that, Josh. Appreciate that. If I can just add to that as well, often a feature of these types of processes is another follow-up, a year or even 2 years in the future, gather the assembly back again and do a little review of how things are going. That's not built into this process. It isn't budgeted, but it's always a possibility, and it's one of the things that one of the subcommittees could choose to organize in the future, follow-up. Thanks for that. Go for it. It's all good.
Thank you. Okay, a couple questions.
The first one is there going to be any publicized metrics?
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Yes. In the course of data analysis, usually you provide, whoever is doing the analysis will provide a metrics that is viewable so that you can see what has been done, where you're at, and hopefully where you're going. Will there be any kind of concrete numbers on, we have assisted this many at-risk youths? This is what we've taken youths that were actually homeless and we're able to either transitional house them or permanent house them.
Ah, that sounds like potentially a question to ask some of the upcoming presenters and potentially forming into some sort of recommendation even. I don't know. Okay. But I have no idea.
Okay, that's honest.
Yeah.
And then the next question is in the course of the different people that you've introduced, I haven't seen anybody from any of the school districts. Are they going to be brought to the table?
I can answer that. There is someone, we'll actually review who the presenters are here in just a moment, and there is someone who's coming from the school districts in this first slate of presenters. And again, you have the power to bring people back or ask for different kinds of people or that kind of thing in the future as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, for sure. Go one more. Maybe we can fit in a last one here. Go for it.
I want to admit to an amount of confusion because I interpreted your idea about this current discussion to reflect the two questions that you asked. And with regard to those two questions, our little group agreed that we are all fortunate to have families who were supportive, and we recognize that there are people whose families don't have the kind of financial security to support. So mostly I think we felt very fortunate.
Gosh, thank you. Thanks for bringing it back. And I haven't been sort of, pushing us back on the topic because I know there's a variety of questions here, but please carry on bringing things back to the most recent topic at hand. That's amazing. And your small group moderators will probably be more on top of that in small groups. All right. Take a step back to a little bit of logistics here, real fast. If everybody could open their binders. I talked about most of these things, but I just want to let you know what's in here and point you to then something that will take about 10 minutes or 15 and just have some quiet time, thank goodness, after this, and just a little bit of time to read and look at what's in here. It won't be the only chance for that. We'll have other time later, and you can always take them home. But if you join me at the very beginning, got a little welcome letter, and then we've got just some information, logistics, where and when, parking. Parking's free Saturday, Sunday, but next Friday, you'll need to download this app. And in fact, if you can try downloading that app maybe at lunch, if you are going to park here, that would be great. And just make sure that's working and talk to Grace if that's not working, because we figured out how to make that happen yesterday. I also want to point out Nikki, we didn't introduce. I'm so sorry, Nikki. Right there in the orange shirt in the back is our main contact here at OSU Cascades, the event manager for this space, who's been so accommodating and helped make this happen in the last 24 hours. So ask her about actually things like that, most of all, or other things particular to the space here. And then you'll use this code, Democracy24, to get free parking at any of the lots here on campus, or the side or the streets as well. Let's see. And you'll see there's a little, when you go out, and you might have noticed this already, there's a little code near where you park that you'll need to punch in to say what zone you're parked in. So look for that on a little sign out there. Anything regarding reimbursements, travel, or transportation needs, anything we can do for you, we are your concierge service as well as everything else. So please take advantage. Yeah, coffee meals, I mentioned that. The coffee breaks will be at kind of different times, but the lunches will always be at 12:15 to 1, and we'll end right on the dot for those. And the end of the day for this weekend will be 4 p.m. Next weekend, it may still be 4 p.m. or it may be 4:30. We'll see. I think on your original introduction, we asked for 9 to 4:30. All the time will be paid for any hour that you're involved in the project here. But we may just push those a little later to gain an extra precious half hour. Let's see. Yeah, if you didn't fill out information about dietary needs, please see Grace for future meals, anything like that. Child care, elder care, also see Grace regarding reimbursements or other needs or questions. Service animals, stipends, checks will be issued within 14 days following each weekend for each, and they're sort of in day-long chunks. So for each day that you're here, get that stipend, and any other questions, call Grace directly. Over here on Who's in the Room, page 4, Grace is your main point of contact. I'm here to sort of advise the overall process. Lauren introduced her role. Small group moderators will be in most small groups. We'll have some times where you're working in pairs and threes, as today, where it won't be moderators, but we'll still be around and flag us down if you have questions. Other project staff are around, researchers, presenters, observers, media. There's stuff in there. I think we've covered all of that. On page 7 now. Some more stuff about the process, some of those sort of introductory things, sort of starting point agreement kind of things are listed in here. Independent evaluation, Ben and Stephanie are the ones who will be doing this sort of independent evaluation. They're not paid by the project, not associated with our organization, so we'll be writing out praise and criticism of the process after the fact. And we can show you examples of what that looks like from past processes, by the way, if you're curious. It's kind of interesting. Over here on page 8, we talked about public affairs. Again, Ansel's your contact about that. Visitors. There's a little note here about talking to friends, family, presenters, others in the community. Basically, the overall idea here is to bring everything back to the assembly. So if you learn something, or if you hear something interesting, or if something is upsetting or whatever, and you feel comfortable bringing that back, that may be really useful information to your fellow delegates. So that's the biggest ask there. But yeah, read that section. We'll have time to go through here. Live stream, we've done that. And then the last thing I want to introduce on page 10 is the content committee. This probably should have made a note of this earlier, but there's this committee that existed in advance of the project of a number of folks who have expertise and experience on the topic. See there are a couple folks from the school district there, from social service organizations, the city, et cetera. Sort of a group that has gathered a few of these folks to give you kind of basic background this weekend. That's their role. You'll also meet a few of them tomorrow. They'll come to this workshop, I think in a couple cases. And Eliza is actually one of the presenters as well. There's a different person from the school district who's one of those presenters. All right, so that's kind of interesting. That's just wanted to familiarize you with the fact that existed. And then the last thing I want to point out here is that in one of those tabs, maybe it's the next one, I forget, there's a number of documents, and somebody noted them already. These are extremely, everyone knows this is not comprehensive in any way whatsoever. These are a few things that members of that committee have selected as some perhaps good intro material. And one of your goals at the end of tomorrow will be to identify where the gaps are and request more additional stuff. Now, there will be limitations on the amount of things that we can reasonably seek out in the time that we have to do that. And the time that you all have to consume that information. But yeah, one of the key parts is for you all to have a big hand in sort of compiling this list of resources that you'll have a chance to dig into on the second weekend. So for the next, I'll just open up for questions. Thank you. Yeah, fantastic. You know what? Let's do that now. Yep, for sure. Yeah, pass that out now. Thank you very much. So this is a list of the presenters, a couple of whom will be here today and a couple tomorrow. And we'll talk more about sort of identifying potential questions in small groups. That's what we'll do right after lunch for the presenters, especially today, but actually all four of these folks. And then these community stakeholders are the folks who will be appearing now. It was from a list of, I think, 3-4 dozen people who got an invite from a bigger list of potential folks from a wide variety of organizations who got an invite to participate in tomorrow afternoon, and these are the folks who've confirmed as of now. That's not necessarily a final list for tomorrow, but just to give you an idea of the kind of folks that are on the slate for this weekend. And when we hand things like this out, put them in your binder for keeping later. Okay, so let's take the 8 minutes before lunch here and just take a moment to hang out quietly. Feel free to take advantage of any of the soft seating around in any of these rooms. I will. And yeah, just take a little read of some things in the binder, either the intro section or some of these materials. And then we will break for lunch at 1:15. Unless there are any questions right now. Yeah, go for it. And Mike, please.
Silly question, but what are we defining as a youth homeless person? Are we talking 18 to 25? Somebody who's first entering, like, the housing market? Is it somebody who's still in high school? What are our guidelines there?
That is among a number of things about the question that are not concretely defined, and that I would encourage you to ask some of the presenters, and maybe particularly the members of the Youth Action Board, how they've been defining it and how you can kind of dovetail with that. Questions? All right, cool. Let's just take a few minutes to relax and read some stuff. All right, all, we're at lunchtime. Hooray! Thank you so much for sticking it out for this heavy morning. Lunch has arrived. It's over here. It's kind of on just one table. It starts on the left. So go from the left, move to the right, and take it wherever you'd like. The world is your oyster. Just be back here before 1. About 8 minutes till we get started again, everybody. Ooh. All right, at 1 p.m. So everyone please make your way back up this direction. Is this mine? This isn't mine. This is mine? This is mine? Somebody let me know if this is theirs. Thank you so much. Help me. Help me. And if others could make their way back to the gallery, press, or partners, and delegates, please make your way up here. If you don't, I think Grace is replacing name tags. Fantastic. Oops, this is from before. Where are we at here? Okay, perfect. We're at the right place. And moderators, just a note, we're going to go into small groups here in probably just about 8-ish minutes, I guess. Maybe a little more. All right. Anybody's... Fantastic. All right, welcome back, everyone from lunch. By the way, we'll take feedback on absolutely anything and everything, so feedback on food and drink and basics like that. Flowers. One of our former program directors stopped by on vacation and dropped off these flowers for everyone, which was an awfully sweet addition. Who actually helped design this process, as a matter of fact. And let me just talk about what's going to happen this afternoon. We're going to start off with a few more introductions from folks who have joined the assembly as alternates. Always happens, about a normal number today, have joined, and very, very grateful and happy to have everybody else here, and maybe one or two folks who came a little bit late and missed that section of the beginning as well. And we'll just do self-introductions this time. Oh, actually, let me put that up on screen, and then we're going to talk about questions, like just asking fruitful questions, asking good questions. You might have seen, and later on in your binder, there's a page on tips for asking good questions. Just talk about that a little bit, and then we'll break into small groups. You'll generate some questions that you've already generated quite a few questions. And this is actually, well, let me come back to that in a second. And then we'll come back here. We'll have 2 rounds, 2 different presenters this afternoon. And we'll come back to that too. And then we'll have a little debrief after that of what you heard, what insights and more questions you might have for the next round. Talk about just the kind of context a little bit more, see if they're about the context of the project. And then just kind of finish out the day a little bit. So mainly these two kind of presenter blocks are what's happening this afternoon, and a little bit of small group stuff. Okay, cool. For introductions, let's see here. So what we did this morning, folks you've maybe seen it, most of you. Hold on, let me plug this in again. There we go. So yeah, just your name, how you'd like to be addressed, where you live, and one thing you put on hold to be here this weekend in particular. And let's just start over on this side, and this also using the mics. Bring it close to you. Press the button, hold till you get a green light. And introduce yourself. First names only.
Hi, my name's Dia. I live in Redmond, and I haven't really put anything on hold this weekend, but the next one I will put some travel on hold. So really glad to be here after waiting as an alternate, so I'm excited to be part of it.
Hello, I am Catherine, also from Redmond, and very similar story. Just a much needed day of rest today, but this is a rejuvenating process, so I'm also very happy to be here.
Continuing on here, who hasn't introduced themselves? Go for it.
I'm Derek, and I'm a caregiver and here to help out and make a difference for the better if I can. And helping my wife and grandma, so would have been helping them today, but I think they're good. So, here to help.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And who's next? And go for it.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm from Bend. I really should be at my house helping my 18-year-old get ready for college. She leaves on Thursday. Her room is a disaster. I really should be on her, though, so we'll see if she gets it done.
Awesome. And going around the room here is next. Yeah, go for it. Grab a microphone and make sure the green light's on.
Hello, my name is Benjamin, and I'm from Sisters. And the thing I put on hold is I missed my youngest's first soccer game today.
Wow. Yeah. It's the second sports game we've heard. Go for it.
I'm Brenda. I live in Bend for the last 20 years, and I gave up work to be here today. Oh, can you hear me now? My name is Brenda. I gave up work to be here, and I live in Bend for a very long time, and I'm excited to be here as well. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Anybody else? We're good. Okay, awesome. That's great. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out up there in the morning. Not sure whether you'd be joining, and very happy to have you, and appreciate that. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go off this slide here. So, okay, let's turn to that asking tips for good questions sheet. There might be another one, something like this at some point, but again, with the sort of things we've compiled over the years from previous suggestions and other materials, nothing is really made new for any of these processes. They're all just piled together from all kinds of other people's stuff and little places, and hopefully people will take our things and do other things with them. But I just wanted to sort of talk through this a little bit, and then we'll split into small groups. You have a little chance to discuss any aspects of this and start to suggest questions, and then have a little workshop session with each other. So be ready for a little bit of gentle feedback, and please give gentle feedback to each other. Your moderators will ask you, okay, great, that's a great suggested question. Anybody have Any ways to improve that? Okay, great, little suggestion. We're all in this together, so as good as we can make questions, the better the information that comes out the other side. Good in, good out as sort of questions go. So these are some tips we've compiled. Every panel is like a team of investigators, gathering as much information as possible. Thing is, none of us know which fact is going to end up being vital or which personal story is going to change the whole perspective. Better information, more perspectives, better recommendations, more influence. So how do we get there? At each of these presentations, there'll be about 15 minutes for Q&A after the presentation is done, at least. So that's quite a bit of time to ask questions, though in some cases we might not get to everybody, and we'll, in that case, move on and invite you to just keep adding questions to the board. This is this is a chance to dig in, clarify what somebody's saying, understand how they reached their conclusions, and figure out why they believe what they believe, and get a better sense of what you think about that, or what else that might reveal for future information gathering. Tip 1, stay genuinely curious. It's the most important thing and the most difficult. Hard as it may be at times, though, taking a curious and open-minded approach to every person, every idea right now will be a huge benefit later. And here's why. Everyone knows that it's only possible to make a strong argument for something if you fully understand it. What's easy to forget is that's also true for arguing against something. You have to know what that thing is and why. Plus, who knows, you might surprise yourself and change your mind anyway. But you'll never know if that's even possible unless you have a genuinely open mind first and sort of explore that thing and why people think that's a good idea. Tip 2, work backwards. The best questions don't start off as questions. They start off as needs or gaps or curiosities. So before writing any questions down, think about what information do I not know, what's most important for me to understand right now, what else might this person be thinking about, what's missing, and this might be a thing to aid in this discussion coming up to sort of ask each other. Tip 3, keep questions focused. Questions with multiple parts often get unsatisfying answers. Tip 4, provide context, but only sometimes if you need to. Beginning a question with a little background about why you're asking it sometimes be helpful, but it isn't always the right choice. You might find that skews how a person might answer, and you might want something a little bit more honest as an answer, and if you just start with the question straight off and see where it goes. And often it's great, and this will be more for tomorrow, but to reference something that somebody else has already told you. Hey, we were told such and such. What do you think about that? Can be a great kind of follow-up and help to get to multiple perspectives on the same piece of information. All right. Another great question. Follow-ups are wonderful and invited as long as we have time. So clarifying if somebody says something, hey, could you tell me more about that? Be more specific. I heard you say this, but yep. And as I said, you may choose to leave context out on purpose in order to encourage folks to be a little bit more free and see where they go. Sometimes be the most brilliant questions. Tip 5, avoid opinions or statements disguised as questions. Again, this weekend is all about information gathering. Next weekend, we'll start to get into the realm of starting to tend toward decision making. But this weekend is all about just gathering as much information as possible. So questions that start off as, don't you think that, or I think this, isn't that right, can really lead toward a potentially skewed answer. Try an open-ended question that might give people a couple of different options so that they're not necessarily sure which way you're trying to lead them to. By stating your own point of view so clearly, you've revealed to the person answering the question exactly how you want them to respond, and whether they agree or disagree with you. Rather than offering new, potential, interesting information, they might just spend their time agreeing or disagreeing, and you might not actually get more useful information to dig into. They won't be as honest in their answer. People want to please, or they want to contradict, so you'll get a lot of that instead of the meat of the question that you can evaluate later. yeah, in cases where you feel it's important to ask a person's views or particular opinion you've heard on a particular opinion you've heard from someone else, try a question like, I've heard such and such. What do you think of that? To give them an opportunity to respond. And tip 6, try out comparative questions. So sometimes delegates or panelists, that's you all. Sometimes we've called delegates panelists. So sorry about that. That made it in here. Delegates use comparisons to help learn about the context around a topic, as long as these aren't leading questions. And depending on the perspective, the expertise of the person involved, these can be great. In your experience, is blank blank typical for other cities, counties, states, whatever? Is this a lot of money? Compare this cost or this timing to something else? Like, yeah, this sounds like a lot, or this sounds like a long time, but is it in context here, in comparison? People can throw out numbers, and that's a way that things can be misleading sometimes. Okay, some tips from our batch of tips. I'm going to split us off into groups, 5 groups. We're going to be using these 2 rooms as groups, and Lauren, there's one more thing I want to say. Actually, the speakers coming up this afternoon are Eliza. Perfect. On your list, you'll first hear from Eliza. You may remember the presenter list, just so you know who's coming up this afternoon. That's Eliza, who's an advisor to the Youth Action Board, and among other things, works for the social service organization called JBARJ. And Marcus Legrand. Yeah, they're in order here. So yeah, Marcus will be the second person, who's a member of a group called the Fathers Group, and also associations with Central Oregon Community College. That's who's coming up. They'll tell you a little bit about what their expertise is and what kinds of things to ask questions about. So this question time will be more about kind of generating general, questions that might be for these folks, but they might carry over till tomorrow for other folks, or even to next weekend. This is just a general time to sort out what kinds of questions you're coming up with. And as far as group numbers, I believe I saw mods. Does group 1 start is this 1, 2, 3 in that room? And 4, 5 in this room? Is that correct? Okay, perfect. All right, so 1, 2, 3 are in this big room, 4, 5 are in this room. And just a reminder to mods and everybody, when you sit down at your small group table, please just quickly go around and say what your name is. That'll help with the recording in the center of the room, both to be able to identify a person, but also if you have declined to participate in the research, that'll allow your voice to be removed. So please do that regardless. Okay, let's start over here, and we'll do 6. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, 6 people. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll be group 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll be group 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Noah, you'll be group 3. 1, 2, 4, 5. 5. Brenda, you'll be group, what did I say? 4? 4. Fantastic. Okay. And you'll be group 5. Did I count to 5? Okay. Super. All right. Heady groups. Oh, any questions? Sorry, any questions first from, yep, go and please grab the mic if you would so everybody can hear in the back of the room.
Should we know what these organizations are when considering what questions to ask?
Yeah, good question. No. Yeah, they'll introduce themselves, and I think we didn't want to put too much of our own, spin on introduction or anything like that. So right now, focus on general questions on the topic, given what you've read, given what you sort of talked about this morning, given some background knowledge. And don't worry, you'll have more time to generate other questions, but don't worry about the exact presenters for right now. Anything else? All right, have at it. Moderators, we'll go probably 10 minutes over time on this. I'll come around. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started here as soon as everyone gets seated, and we're going to jump right in. And whoops, sorry. There we go. Okay, now I'm plugged into the presentation at the front. Nice. Okay. I'm going to be running slides from over on the side here, and we're going to have two presenters, as I said. First one, and each of them will introduce themselves, and take about 20 minutes for their presentation, and then about 15 minutes for Q&A. And one of our moderators will be in the back with a 10-minute, 5-minute card, etc. And yeah, please welcome Eliza.
Thank you. Cool. I don't know why I clapped, but can you guys hear me okay? Cool. Let me know if you can't, and I can adjust the mic. Yeah, I'm here to talk to you guys about youth homelessness as I know it, right? Because everyone kind of has a different experience with the topic, just like with anything. Go ahead and go to the second slide. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Eliza Wilson, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Central Oregon. I'm a Central Oregon native. I was born here, have lived in different places, just kind of moving around when I was a kid. My family and I live in Redmond, and I've been back in Central Oregon since 2002. I'm the director of 101 Homeless Youth Services for JBAR-J. We're really the only provider in Central Oregon that provides a continuum of services for youth experiencing homelessness, and I oversee all of them, and also our anti-trafficking program as well. We do everything from kind of like prevention of homelessness with youth and families, to outreach to youth experiencing homelessness in the community. We operate 3 shelters locally, 2 in Bend, 1 in Redmond. And we also provide housing for youth experiencing homelessness. And the age group that we serve, when I'm saying youth, and I'm talking about youth in this context, I'm talking about youth ages 14 to 24. I'm also on the board of the local continuum of care. Some of you may have seen or heard that talked about in the news. It's called the Homeless Leadership Coalition. We do a number of things in the community to support our community, things like the point in time count, where we count all the people experiencing homelessness in the area. We also support the region with a number of things around data and kind of collective impact, trying to bring providers together to reduce not only the amount of money we spend on this work, but really like reduce the duplication of services, working together. I really got involved with this work and have been doing this work for maybe 15 and a half years, almost 16 years. In December, I think it'll be 16. But really, I got involved with the community-wide work about 8 years ago because much of the emphasis, as you guys know, is on adult homelessness. And while that's important, it's important to focus on the youth aspect of it because focusing on youth homelessness is really prevention of adult homelessness and prevention of the compounding issues that people experience when they're experiencing homelessness for a long period of time. And so that's why I spend a lot of my time working with adult providers, working with the community, with the state, and the federal government on just like we have to prioritize funds for youth. As I said, I've worked in this field for 15 and a half years in a variety of positions, really starting out entry level. But really my passion really came from my lived experience. I experienced homelessness most of my childhood. We were either homeless or we were just not stably housed, living with family members. And that's why I say I'm a native, but I didn't always grow up here. We kind of lived all over the place. My dad was a disabled veteran, and I first experienced homelessness, I think I was 5 years old. And then would go on to become homeless as just on my own when I was 15 here in Central Oregon. But really, I was one of the fortunate ones because a school counselor at Bend High connected me with the local resources that we had. And actually, at the time, the first youth shelter in Bend just opened in 2002. I think it was 2003 when I entered the shelter. And I ended up staying there for 3 years. I graduated high school and went and started attending college, moved into housing, and it didn't work out. I didn't know the first thing about, supporting myself. I tried everything I could, so I ended up moving away, living with family. That didn't work out. I got pregnant, came back to Central Oregon, homeless again, went back into the shelter system, and at that time, I went on, a couple months later, had my daughter. There's a picture of us up at the top. And you'll see there's a picture down here of my family now. She's 16. But through kind of like those years of support that I received in the shelter system and the services that were here in Central Oregon at the time, I got on my feet at 21 after living at Grandma's House, which is another shelter of J locally. And really the program helped me find housing, but then it was also kind of that sense of like, okay, I have someone to go to if I need help. I have someone to go to if I need support. Because a lot of these young people, and I'll talk about this in my presentation, don't have that family support, the financial support that other people may have. And so they really just don't know where to start. Well, after leaving Grandma's house, I never experienced homelessness again. But really that took years of support. And I emphasize that because just like myself, getting out of poverty, out of homelessness, it can take years for some people. And it really has to be like this wraparound support system for these young people because many of them don't really have those protective factors at home, or families don't have homes. So now, as the director of those same programs, I feel very fortunate. Those programs helped raise me and make me the woman I am today, but really just like breaking that multi-generational cycle of poverty that was in my family. My kids will never experience that. But I just really believe and wanted to start out by sharing this story. It's hard for young people or people with lived experience to share their personal experiences. But I think it's important to do that because just to know that like, if they have a chance, if they have the resources, they can do really anything, and it's different for everyone. I really believe this community has the knowledge and we have the resources to solve this problem. It's just we need more people involved. We need the community. So thank you for being here today. Go to the next slide. So what does youth homelessness look like in this area? And it kind of looks the same way here as it does kind of everywhere. I'm going to start by talking about like what it looks like and some of the risk factors and things like that. Youth experiencing homelessness are often referred to as an invisible population. I don't know if you've heard that before, but in the provider realm, we say that a lot. And the reason for this is because the public focus is always on the most visible forms of homelessness, the forms that piss off the public, the forms that are maybe in public right of way, the forms that are the most visible. And usually that's where the funds go to, is to solving that issue. And we don't see youth in those settings as often. And that's really out of necessity and fear. Families who experience homelessness, and then also youth when they're on their own experiencing homelessness, they really get good at hiding the problem out of fear and necessity. So a young person experiencing homelessness going to school, they're not often going to share that with people for the fear of being removed from their family, the fear of, if they're under 18 like myself. I was 15 when I was on my own, and then going into like 16, and I was afraid to tell somebody. It took me a long time to share that with my counselor because I guess it had been ingrained in me. We don't share family business outside of the family because it's not safe to do that. And in a lot of cases, that's true for people in poverty. It is not safe for us to share what happens inside of our home. Otherwise, people get involved. And then you think about how that compounds with people of color, with other marginalized groups, because it affects them even greater than my family. we see that family, and I'm getting off into a tangent. I do this. This is why you got to tell me to stop talking. But really, just to kind of link those things of like, there are families who experience even more system involvement just because they are families of color or families that have, more housing instability or whatever. So really, that's why it is a hard population to define. It's a hard population to count. I also want to emphasize that homelessness looks different for every young person. Sometimes it's with your family. Sometimes it's on your own. Sometimes they find friends in the community. I think people are really good at finding people that they can connect with. Don't ever think that the homeless community or our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness don't have a community. They form connections just like we form connections. And so it can look different for everybody. We have a lot of young people in the area who are couch surfing. 10 minutes already. Oh, I need to go faster. Some are staying in a car. Some are staying in a tent or in shelter. Every youth has a different experience and different needs. Some populations of youth experience higher rates of or risk of homelessness. You can go to the next slide. As I kind of mentioned already, there are disparities in kind of every aspect of life, and that those disparities show up in homelessness as well. Black youth nationwide, but we see this locally as well. Black youth experience 83% higher risk of experiencing homelessness. Hispanic youth, 33% higher risk of experiencing homelessness. I think it's important to note that there are some communities that experience homelessness in different ways. Sometimes that can, for the Latino or Latinx community, there can be other types of homelessness that show up, like doubling up or staying with an aunt, because those communities are very close and they're not as much like, oh, go make it on your own. So they're supporting each other, and that can look like bringing people in, and it can look different in different communities. And we know, just like nationwide, that LGBTQIA youth experience a 120% higher risk of experiencing homelessness. We serve at JBRJ Youth Services in our shelters, and we serve between 40 and 60% of the youth that we serve are LGBTQ. And the next slide, I'll talk about why that is. And so I won't go into that yet. Young parents have 3 times higher risk of experiencing homelessness than non-parenting peers. And then youth who have experiences in the foster care system, juvenile detention, jail, or prison have more risk. Specifically foster care, because again, talking about those protective factors, the family, places to go after experiencing foster care. Next slide. So why does this happen? How? And we see some really main themes with this. I start with family conflict because I think that this is the biggest probably indicator of homelessness in young people. 90% of the youth that access youth shelters indicate that they have experienced abuse or neglect at home. I have bolded in here the parental issues and ensuing conflict related to youth being LGBTQ. The reason we serve so many youth who are LGBTQ is because they are unsafe at home, and they experience significant rates of abuse, neglect, and violence, but also the mental effects that youth experience when they are not being supported. I wrote myself a note to share. So, and it says in here, like, child welfare doesn't step in. So in the state of Oregon, JBRJ works very closely with child welfare, and I know that they are trying to do a good job. They are very under-resourced as well. When we're talking about family conflict, abuse and neglect, children experiencing homelessness because they are experiencing abuse and neglect and it's not safe to be home, if they are 15 and up, it is very uncommon for child welfare to get involved, especially if when they're coming into our shelter and we're calling and we're saying, hey, this child is saying they're being abused, or someone's calling and they're saying, I'm being abused at home, I'm not safe at home, and it could be any number of abuses. Child welfare it's very unlikely that child welfare would take custody of a child at that age, especially 16, 17. It doesn't happen. unless that child is significantly disabled and they know that child's going to be in the state's care pretty much forever. Otherwise, they don't take care. And so those children are going into the shelter system, into the homelessness system. I also wrote in here, so talking about, like, obviously I talked about familial homelessness. So families are experiencing homelessness. This oftentimes leads to youth experiencing homelessness on their own. It really does. It is kind of like a pipeline. Why are families experiencing homelessness? I think we know it's very expensive to live in Bend or in Central Oregon. It's hard to find a job that pays us enough to live in Central Oregon, but then you have children and you have the costs of taking care of children, and that is just really compounding the issue. So we see families experience homelessness, and then later on we see the child. And that is, doing this for 15 and a half years, you can see that cycle. You can see, we keep track, we can see we've served a family, a parent, when they were a teenager, and then we are serving their children. And it is an issue that's just, it's hard. There's lack of financial resources for families, but also for youth. And then again, as I talked about, system involvement. So 40 to 60% of youth experiencing homelessness have had some sort of system involvement. And that is the same for adults. So if you were to go and you were to ask adults who are experiencing homelessness, were you ever in the foster care system? Many of them were. I also wrote a note, I didn't put it in my slide, but disability. I think that people would be shocked to know the young people that we're serving in our programs, but that are experiencing homelessness across the region. The ones that are really the most chronically homeless, what that means is they've been experiencing homeless for a very long time, and they have a bunch of compounding issues, are disabled, are not disabled because they say they're disabled because they receive Social Security benefits. They will always be disabled. And many of whom are exiting the foster care system, disabled, not able to care for themselves financially. And there's nowhere for them to go. And so they are going into homelessness. We see this in adult homelessness, but it starts with youth. And then later on, if they do not get the support and care they need, which we don't oftentimes have in the community, they become adults in the homelessness issue. You can go to the next slide. So the main takeaway is I've never met a youth in my 15 and a half years that choose to be homeless. I know that this is something that the community, we hear people say in the community, because it's hard to understand. Why does this happen? It's hard to wrap our heads around it. Sometimes it's the only safe choice. So if it is a choice, it's because they're not safe otherwise. Okay, go ahead and go to the next one. Barriers that youth face. Youth face unique barriers that other subpopulations don't. In many cases, being a youth compounds the barriers that people would normally face experiencing homelessness. So there's a lack of resources. We know that. There's just not enough shelter beds. There's not enough housing slots or support to meet the need that exists in our community. But there's also laws that impact homeless people. So we know that cities have to enact laws or codes. I have 2 minutes. I'm not even halfway through. Laws and codes for people experiencing homelessness, where they can camp, how long they can camp. Those things impact youth as well. Additionally, under 18 youth in the state of Oregon cannot access shelter or services without parental consent. We talked already about how unsafe it is for youth at home, but then they can't, even when they're unsafe, go into shelter without us contacting the parent or guardian and saying, do we have permission to shelter this child? Oftentimes they'll say no, especially if there's abuse or neglect happening at home. There's a lot more information to get into that, but I don't have time. There's just not enough access to information about what resources are, but we already talked about disconnection, fear of the system involvement. But then there's also regular barriers that youth have. People who experience homelessness are 900 times more likely to experience violence than someone who's not homeless. So just to children who are 1 in 3 children or youth who are newly homeless, so on the first couple nights of experiencing homelessness, are approached to be trafficked. So there's a huge correlation between youth homelessness and trafficking. So 1 in 3, most of the youth, I would say more than 1 in 3 of the youth that we serve have experienced trafficking. Next slide. So these are the numbers. I'm going to skip to the next one, just because we have the data. We know it's not accurate. These are just the number of youth that we know about. On one single night in January last year, we do a point-in-time count. We count how many people are experiencing homelessness. On that night in January, there were 382 youth experiencing homelessness. These are the ones we know about, right? We know there are many more. These are the ones we surveyed, we talked to. Next one. So with the 382 youth experiencing homelessness, we have 40 shelter beds. This is after a year of advocating and getting more funding. We didn't have 40 shelter beds last January. We have them today, after like 10 additional shelter beds added over the last year because of work and advocacy in the community. Starting in November, we'll have 27 housing units for youth. Right now we have 6. So for the 382 youth, those are the resources we have today. So if we have 382 youth today, which we know it's more than that, especially during summer months, we have the 40 beds to offer them. And I know I'm over. That's why he's standing there. What are we doing about this in our community? We know our community cannot meet the needs of the children and youth experiencing homelessness. But it's important to talk about what we've done in this community, what we've made progress. And I want to start by talking about the Youth Action Board and their leadership. I know you guys got to meet a couple of them today. JBRJ Youth Services has had a Youth Action Board since 2002. The board with youth experience, like lived experience, are meeting with us to guide our decisions and insight, because we need to know from the people experiencing homelessness what we should be doing about the issue. If we build a system of care for people without their input, it will not work. So that is what we're doing. We have worked tirelessly to advocate for additional funding, nationally, the state level, locally. And through those advocacy efforts have gotten a priority for funds for investments in youth homelessness, specifically LGBTQI youth, because they experience a greater rate of homelessness in the area than even at the national level. We have worked with child welfare, the schools, healthcare, and many providers, and with the leadership of the youth to create the coordinated community plan to prevent and end youth homelessness. And because of these investments that we've been able to get to the area, like I said, we've increased shelter beds by 10, and we've increased housing. I think it was, I'm not good at math. I think it's like 21 additional housing units for youth, and they'll open in November. Okay, next slide. And I'm done talking. Listen to you guys now. I hate rushing, sorry.
And Marissa, could I get your help up here? And we'll take questions. Please put your name cards up. And okay, C4. We're gonna probably do about 10 minutes of questions here, just to make the time as even as possible. And also, Liza will be back tomorrow morning with the Youth Action Board as part of that, part of the information gathering session. So in small groups, we'll get a chance to chat as well. Could you stack folks just as they are right now, and then we'll add to them. All right, let's just start. I'll start around here. Go for it.
Well, thank you for the work that you do, first of all. And you touched on this a little bit in what you were saying earlier, but I am really interested in how generational poverty affects youth homelessness and their futures, but like specifically, like what are the longitudinal outcomes of youth homelessness and the poverty, and things that we don't talk about in as much.
Yeah. I could talk about that all day. I would say, though, that the most severe cases of youth homelessness that we work with, what I mean by severe is like the hardest to get people, on their feet, like being able to sustain living independently, are youth who come into our programs who have experienced homelessness their entire lives. We work with youth who have never lived inside, especially in the more rural areas like Lapine and things like that, like never had access to running water. And so we get those youth, we work with them over years of providing life skills and support, case management, and even when they're in housing, we provide weekly case management. And it's tough. It's tough when somebody doesn't know how to live inside because they don't know, like, even when you teach them, like, just understanding the standards of, like, what the landlord expects, and those types of things. I think also just compounding with that, there is the disability piece of, like, a lot of these young people who have that also have, like, disabilities or traumatic brain injuries. And so even just, like, understanding, like, those things correlate so much. Yeah, it all is very connected. Yeah.
Forgot to mention this earlier, but we will give you copies of these slides. So don't worry about that. I should have told you that.
Yeah, sorry, I went through it very quick.
To begin with, save everybody a heart attack. Apologies.
Yeah.
But this Q&A, please do take notes or anything addition. You'll be relying on each other for any notes here. I'm going to go around this way this time, and then the next speaker, I'll go around that way, and we'll get through as many as we can. Go for it.
Yeah, my question is there an open line of communication between you guys and the school district? So if a teacher has a teen in their class that they feel is at risk or could be experiencing something, do they reach out to you, and then do you in turn reach out to that child and then maybe help them before it gets to a point where they feel like their only option is to run?
Yeah, that's a good question. You guys will hear from Sandy Schmidt, I think, tomorrow. She's the McKinney-Vento liaison for Deschutes County, and she works with school districts, and that's a federal law, and people work with the school district across the nation. And so we do work with the schools, but we work with this nonprofit that works in the schools, that does like FAN. And so we have an MOU with the school districts, and we try as much as we can to provide resources to like teachers. The hard thing is that you kind of touch on it, like, so if a kid talks to a teacher, well, that teacher might not know what the resources are locally. So it really is about access. And if every teacher doesn't know the resources, a lot of times kids don't get access. That is a huge issue that we have, that everyone probably has, every community probably has. We do have a 24-hour hotline, our programs do, where people can call 24 hours a day. We accept referrals from anyone. The youth can call. We're working on a text line so that youth can text. We put up flyers in schools. We provide training, and we partner with, all of those, the school district, the nonprofit that works in schools to do that. But still, children fall through the cracks. And a big part of the prevention piece is, to kind of go back to that, is family mediation, trying to do safety plans and provide resources to families so that we can prevent, at all costs, prevent youth from running away or becoming homeless, or even prevent the thought of that, right? Like if there's conflict in the family. We have recently been seeing a lot of children who've been adopted, where parents who are no longer willing to care for them. Yeah, there's a lot of, it's a very sad issue. So trying to mediate that when also trying to think, like, is this the safest place for this child to be if the parent is telling them that they don't want to raise them anymore? I don't know. Anyway, it's not our job to do that, right? So trying to involve all the resources we can and the support we can.
Thanks. Kristen.
All right. You had stated that you do advocacy work in order to gain finances to open up the shelters. Are there any aspects of your program or any that you know in this area that are actually advocating for the children? They act as the child advocate, especially with the case where they have to ask for the parent permission to get into a shelter.
Yeah, I know that the child welfare division has that, right? Those are CASAs. They advocate on behalf of the children. We don't have that for homeless services because at that level, parents could just say, "You're not allowed to talk to my child." You know, an advocate. When there's involvement, we try to do that at the prevention level. So if we get connection to a family at the prevention level. And we know, I mean, we're doing a lot at that level. There's a local nonprofit, someone I think they are on the school board and they're starting a group for families, support groups for families with LGBTQ youth. Like there's a lot of support in the community that instead of doing it ourselves, we're trying to connect to, right? Like, so doing that, but that is a huge barrier in the state of Oregon. The part where I know I'm a parent of teenagers. I want to know what those kids are doing. Sometimes though, parents don't want kids to access services because for many reasons. So it's really a catch-22. We don't want to take away parental rights. We also want kids to be able to be safe. So.
All right. We're going to have probably a couple more here at least. Doug? Pull that mic nice and close.
I think you answered it, Ken, but all that information we had up there is printed out someplace?
It will be. Yep.
Oh, it will be. Okay,
Yep.
and we can get it whenever.
Yep,
All right.
that's right. Yep, it'll
Thank
print out for all of you. Yep, absolutely. All right, super. Let's hit Max.
What is the most effective way that governments can help you do what you do? Is it just more funding?
I think it's funding, but I think it's also like flexible programming because as I talked about, every youth has unique needs. We need to have structure around what funding goes to. I think that sometimes there's this misconception that nonprofits just want all the funding and we just want a bunch of money. We need funding that can meet the needs of the youth. And sometimes funding that comes from governments is like, we want to see this, this, and this, and it doesn't make sense to what we're trying to solve a problem. We don't want youth to experience homelessness. So there can be too much structure around the funding. We need to have accountability around funding, but we need to have less structure around what the funding can go towards. I don't know if that makes sense. There was a recent funding, the state of Oregon is doing a pilot on direct cash transfers. Direct cash transfers is kind of like the concept of universal income. For 2 years, we give youth $1,000 a month, and we provide them with case management and support and life skills. And then we track to see if that makes a difference with housing, and it has hugely. JBarJ was one of the programs to do that in the state out of 3. So we've done that with 25 youth in Central Oregon that were homeless. And I think out of the 25, I think there were like 18 out of the 25 who are no longer homeless. And I think it's more than that now, but I don't have the stats like off the top of my head. So I think that there are some really interesting ways that we have seen communities solve issues. But if states can't allocate funding appropriately, it can be difficult. Although our state is really trying to do that, but I know that housing is cheaper than shelter, right? So it's like that. We're going to fund all these shelters, even though we need them, but we don't need to keep growing the shelter system. We need to house people. It is cheaper to house people. So things like that.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we're at about a 35-minute point. As I said, though, Eliza will be back, unlike the 3 other speakers you're going to hear from. And you can decide to bring anybody back if you want the following weekend as well. So hold on to those questions. And in fact, I think I'm going to say right now that you'll be in group 2 tomorrow. So if you're not in group 2 tomorrow, or in group 1, which will become group 2, but in any case, we'll find a way to get your questions specifically to Eliza if you have them through those group members tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Right. Next presenter will be Marcus, and I'll, when he comes up here, we'll invite him to introduce himself.
I have to do. How's that? That better? All right, just like I would do in my class, everybody stand up, please. Let's stretch. All right, so I need you to stretch your arms out. There you go. Shake a leg. Take a nice deep breath in for me. All right, let's go. All right. All right, one more big deep breath for me. Am I ready to go back there? Slide-wise? Okay. Here's your first 5 minutes of dealing with me. If you could know the answer to any question, what would it be? Talk to your partners around you. Go. All right. And now do me a big favor. Move to the next person. Go. Move. Let's move. Move. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're here for, right? I treat it like it's my classroom.
Yeah.
That's for the 15 minutes you have me.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
For sure.
I just can't be late for dinner. All right, 9 seconds. All right, how's everybody doing? All right. Interesting conversations. The gentleman seriously has a question for me. I'm gonna save him to last. Over here right here, what do you all talked about? What did you all talk about? What was a great question that came up that, or is it on?
Yeah, there you go. One question that got brought up with our group was America specifically has a lot of unique problems that are unique to America, and we were wondering how the homeless problem is. What are unique problems that America has compared to international communities when it comes to homelessness?
So you kept it basic on the topic what we're talking about today. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's good. Because some people wasn't specific. You could have said anything. So all right. Cool. All right. But I like that idea. That is correct. We do have some unique problems, but I don't know. I just watched a movie that makes me think otherwise. But I'll talk about that later. Over here. Yes. You. Yes. Is it Kathy? Yes. Yes.
Can I?
Who you're passing it to? You have to pass it to somebody. Pick anyone. You made eye contact, Quinn. All right.
Talked a lot about a lot of things. A question that actually just came to my mind now was, what would this country look like if England didn't colonize, conquer, and disrupt what was already happening?
That's a good question. That's a really great question. Michael Harriot if you read that book by Michael Harriot, I think you might find out. Michael Harriot is called Black AF History. Yeah, okay. If you don't know what AF stands for, talk to a younger person sitting beside you. Okay, yes, over here. Yes, 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 purple shirt. Yes, ma'am. AF. AF, think about it for a second. No. She just laughed, so she finally figured out what it is. Okay. What would you say? What'd you say? What did he say? Answering faith. Okay. Actually, it's as black as fuck. Got it. That's okay. Sorry. My bad. Yes. Now, questions. What did you guys talk about? Go.
We talked about something that relates to the survey question, which is, could you ever have a conversation with someone of a different political party?
Okay. Nice. That is a hot topic right now. I get it. Inflation in the economy as well, and houselessness. Yes. What did you have for me, sir? Yes.
Around the room, all the people here today, we don't look like you.
Oh, okay.
And all the organizers appear to be Caucasian or white.
Okay.
And according to this chart, we have a couple minorities. I don't know whether that's true or not.
Okay.
I do know that Ben is over 10% Hispanic.
It's 13.
13.
We'll keep going.
I said over 10. I was involved in a community organization for a while. We tried to recruit the chair of the local Latino organization, and he never participated.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, why don't we have appropriate representation of these minority groups in a group like this?
Well, the disenfranchised or people who have been left out of a lot of the different systems or the caste system that we have in this country, unfortunately, disproportionately aren't able to try to continue to do that, because every time we try, it seems like we always met with barriers, right? Or we're always asking ourselves, why do we have to buy into a system that's never really truly loved us the way they should, right? So when we're doing it, we realize that the few that are working hard, especially in a community like this, to do those things, they're stretched in so many ways, and they're asked to do a lot of different things. But as we're trying to continue to build our own, and people help them recognize, hey, you know what, this is part of your lineage, unfortunately. You have to inherit some of this. Many of them don't want to do it, especially the younger generation, but they're recognizing sometimes they have to. So we work hard to try to continue to educate them, hey, you got to remember that it's not a part of your heritage or your ethnicity, but you got to understand, you got to find ways to make sure that your community is supported. So we do our best. It's hard. I helped start a nonprofit here. It's called the Fathers Group, if you don't know. It's a African-American led organization here. We started in 2019 as a 501c3, and we truly, fully understand where you're coming from. You know, LCA has been here for 20 plus years, right? And all these other organizations have been here for a while. So as people starting to recognize the needs of these different communities, I think people are recognizing, hey, we got to definitely put down some of our shields and guards and be able just to reach out to our fellow people and just try to make sure they get help. And I think that's starting to happen even more. So that's a long-winded answer to hopefully give you some insight to what's going on. So, all right, yes, ma'am.
So you're part of Fathers Group. Can you kind of share what exactly is your mission or your focus with that group?
Sure.
Am I jumping the gun?
No, I wasn't going to even talk about Fathers Group. I was going to talk about the other stuff that I do. So really quick, you want to know who I am, right? Okay, cool. All right, my name is Marcus LeGrand, and actually I go by he, him pronouns. And currently, my job that I work 9 to 5, I actually am the Afrocentric Program Coordinator at Central Oregon Community College. All right. That's not why I'm here today, but this is just one of the many things that I do. Also, I did help start the Fathers Group. We started as a bunch of fathers meeting because of some of the improprieties that were happening within our school system. So that allowed us to be able to create an organization to support those students. We have an after-school program that we run. It's called UGMA. I was able to start that the second year into the program. We helped start the Juneteenth celebration that you have here every year here in Central Oregon. Yes, you are welcome to come. It's not just a black thing. People in the community are welcome to come of all nationalities because we understand that Juneteenth, you may think, yes, it's a federal holiday and why do we have it? But you got to understand liberation is not just for us. Liberation is for all, right? And like we always say, you know, the revolution really starts inside of you before you actually can take it out to anybody else. All right. Also, we try to help work with the police department on, I always hate this word, not going back into prison, but it's there, see, it's not the easiest word to say, right? All right, so we help in that department as well because many of the people who get out need somewhere to go. We started a mentor program to be able to help black businesses and the same people being able to come out of prison to find a better way of life. So that's what we do, right? And that's our mission, is to continue to do that. Now, the reason I am here is because I actually serve as the chair of the Ben Lapine School Board, and I heard you guys need to know some numbers, right? What's going on, right? Am I correct? Okay, cool. So I'm not representing the district themselves, but I do have a little bit insight on some of the numbers and some of the things that are going on within the district. And as the chair, this is something that I'm passionate about, and it's something that the whole board really is concerned about as well. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to kind of go over one of the things that you probably might not all know what it is. McKinney, I always say McKinney Bento. Anybody know? Anyone? Okay, cool. You're going to learn today, like Kevin Hart says. All right. So, I am not a sit-down person. So McKinney Bento is pretty simple. It is something by law that we have to do as a district to support the needs of the students in our community and the families. All right? And it was started because they recognized the House was equal access to, and free things to be able to make sure they can still continue to get their education. That's the key piece behind this act. Any child who lacks, like you said, fixed, regular, or adequate nighttime residency or doubled up. It's not like sleeping on your couch when someone's couch when you're in college. A little bit, but not quite. Due to lack of housing or economic hardship. Also, hotels, trailer parks, camping grounds are due to lack of accuracy, so they have those places to park and do certain things too. Next, living in an emergency or transitional shelter, and also having primary nighttime residency is not originally used for regular beds. Places like this are unsheltered, all right? Next, This is the liaison roles. We use this in the district, as I was told by the superintendent, with our fan advocate to figure out, and like Liza was talking about earlier, because I know her really well. I'm gonna be done in 5 minutes, okay. Enroll students immediately in high school, make sure that they continue to receive the things that they need if they were just a regular student, okay? That is what liaison does. The fan advocate, the counselors, teachers, because I heard somebody have a teacher question out here earlier. Yes, these teachers are able to get this information. All this is given to the principals of all the schools, and the principals in one of their professional developments make sure that all the teachers have this information. All right, cool. Next, just want to give you some quick numbers so you can kind of get a feel. Liza was very, very close in the numbers that she had as well. Per school, these are the eligible students. Like I said, these are our 2021 numbers, our 2022 numbers, and we know what was going on during that time frame, right? And that's unfortunate even during COVID, because unfortunately some people didn't have the work. They couldn't do the things some people could. And that led to a lot of what's going on right now in 22, 23. Right? And you notice these are school-age children, and if you notice the bottom part here, these are 0 to 5 youth or siblings, right, to those students. Also, as of March 2024, here are the current numbers that we have in terms of the MAKV students. Yeah, and we know. We understand that. And we know also that the housing prices here too. We are working with the city as well to try to figure out exactly how we can continue to get workforce housing. That's one of the most critical pieces, because it's hard for someone to go from, say, apartment to maybe a single family home. It's very hard here. So we know the price of housing here, and we know it's critical. We know a lot of houses are going up, but we want to make sure that we can find ways for people to be able to afford that housing as well. So we're working, I think St. Charles is a part of all that, the city, and some other large employers are working to help with that piece. Next, this is basically the qualifier for a lot of it. And these are the numbers broken down, so you notice a lot of people are pretty much doubling up and staying with somebody actually they know or friends or something to that matter, and being able to find housing. Also, unaccompanied housing youth of March 2024, these are kind of the numbers that we have from doubling up to shelters, hotels and motels. None in hotels, motels, because it's a little bit harder to monitor that, a little bit tougher protections, because the other places do have other protections that the hotels and the motels may not have. And many of the hotel motels here, I believe, also are just the general population of homeless as well. These are some of the demographic breakdowns when it comes to a lot of the houselessness students that we have. And that's probably a lot of our immigration population as well. And this is the other, as we like to say, which I hate that term. This is the school year attendance calculation that we noticed too, since this has started. These are the rates right now. We notice that the fact that when someone was going to school, they had the accommodations they needed, they actually got to school a little bit more, but they still were having an issue with trying to get those students to get to school, because most of the time either they're not eating, they have to take care of a sibling, they have to work, they have to do something to try to figure out a way to be able to continue to get housing. But we still try to provide the services that those students still need. And this is an unfortunate tale that that number is not going down, it's going up. So we know we're working hard to try to find ways to work with different people in the community to make sure we service these students. And I'm just going to go to this next slide, because these are the places that we use a lot to be able to help students. And I think Liza talked about J-Bar J, which is one of the organizations. They have more beds now. Bethlehem M, Grandmother's House, that she talked about too. Shepherd's House, Lighthouse. These are all the different places that we try to use in various places to try to help these students. We try to stay in contact with these students with our family liaisons. We have family liaisons for Hispanic, Black, and I think Native American and other. We also have community liaisons that work with these people as well, along with FAN. Okay, and it's just a great way to look at it. Schools are single provider of services as youth who are houselessness, and we understand that even though we're supporting them, they're more likely to be able to get their diploma and get their GED as if we continue to help provide this service. And like Liza talked about, we don't want to have more beds in these shelters. We want to have people basically being able to come to school and just live normally. So, questions? Yes, here and then here. Yes.
I guess my is when you identify a family that is close to being unhoused with children in the school district, are there any programs for families that are just struggling, not necessarily like there's the income line, the restrictions, the requirements to get that housing. Is there anything for that middle line, the not quite low income, not quite median income, to prevent those people from losing their homes?
Right now, in terms of like financially to help that support, I don't know any of the institutions here financially will help with those things. I know Neighbor Impact does a great job of helping with those pieces. I believe you guys have Neighbor Impact coming to talk, correct? Okay, Neighbor Impact will be here to talk. They have a financial arm that can definitely help with those pieces. At the college, we use Thrive as one of the organizations to help continue to help with housing for a lot of different people too when they can't afford it. Also, what we do, we try to make sure that the family liaisons and the fan advocates start working with that family early to try to figure out if we can find solutions through the tools they know throughout the county and through the city to be able to continue to do that, because they have a way more longer list than I would. But the thing I would say, try to find out who the fan advocates is in that community or for that school, or each school has one. So try to make sure they can connect with that family early.
Sorry, real quick. Has there ever been a discussion on like softening the restrictions? Because I know from a personal experience, there. Into trying to get resources, but I was like $300 over, and that $300 was not enough for me to get into a place, but it was enough for me to lose the resources that were out there and available.
I know it's one of the biggest things. I understand why they put money factors into being qualified for something or reassured that you can get things. And I always tell people, have them go back and reconfigure the numbers. Let's look at this again. Let's find other ways. Let's find alternatives. Because I know there's people that have said, you know what, I know they're that close. People with humanity would normally just does it. And I know some people are very strict and they don't. And that's unfortunate that people think that way. But I think what we got to figure out is that I would love to just go ahead and raise the minimum wage to $23, but that's another story for another day. But you see what I mean? So it's like, why do we have to know this list? Why do we have to have this barrier yet again for someone to be able to qualify for something? If I'm in need, I'm in need, right? I think that should be for everyone, regardless. But at the same time, too, I mean, if you got $1 billion, that's another story. But you see what I mean? So, like, especially, when you're trying to make ends meet and you have an alternative instead of being, I like to say, like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to be quiet. Okay, yes, you had a question over here.
What can I do as just one person to help in this?
Find out, like Liza talked about, find out what the organization's needs are. Is it personnel? Is it resources? What is it? Because she says it's not that, like she said, we don't want them to have more beds. We want to know what is the inline problem to why they're there in the first place. Like, how can we find it to get them the supports they need? Sometimes it may be mental health support, maybe job skills. What is it that's getting them there? And then making sure that we have infinite amount of people to help with those things. And I think that's the hardest thing for people to recognize is that these people don't want to be there, right? I mean, you know how hard it is for them to have to be there. We all know that. But it's just one of those things where it's like, why do you make it so hard for them just to say, hey, I need help with this particular part? Can I have some relief from that? It's just like, I just found out that I'm actually going to have my student loans forgiven. And that's been after 15 years of trying to get them paid off. You know how good that feels not have to pay $75,000 of debt? And it feels great. It's a relief that I now can maybe help someone else to go do something with that resource that I was using, because I would love to do that. You see what I mean? So I totally get, just try to find out what organizations need, continue to support them, find out what their resources are, and just try to be that bigger resource for them as well. Another question? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
we live in a very complex society, far more complex than when I was a kid. What does the school system do to prepare particularly high school students to succeed as adults in a complex society?
You know, a lot of it is a dual relationship with the parent and the school teachers that was in there. A lot of the stuff that we do right now at the district level, excuse me, in the school district as a whole, high school students in general, I think we give them a great plate, or how you want to say, buffet of options for them. You know, some schools have really good FA programs, some have good business programs, some have good design arts, some have, you know, good metal shops, apprenticeships. So we put them in those classes to be able to get hands-on experiences, which I think are unique and great. Because if someone goes back to today, I had to do home ec, you know, or you had to take a you know, electronics class, or you had to do all those things. We recognizing people still need to have some basic skills, regardless if they think that they know technology. They don't. It's, you know, technology, they're not fully ready for that, I don't think personally, but that's another story. But what I'm saying is we really understand that if you get practical experience doing some of the things you do, it makes you hopefully prepared to be able to go into that. One of our high schools actually does just that. Every one of their classes is a project working on practical things in the community that's needed. And they have to report back on that project. And I love that for high school students. I love the ability, the fact that we have a high school that is dual immersion, where everyone has to speak Spanish and English in the classrooms. Yes, sir.
What I'm getting at are really
Yeah.
practical things like checking accounts, annual percentage rate, credit card debt, all those things that can really drag people down as adults.
Yes, so that comes in our economics classes and some of the government class pieces. Actually, I teach that in my leadership class that I teach in the high schools. Actually, I teach in the high schools. And we do a 3-month budget with them. And what we do is we teach them how to look at their budget based on what their current income would be or their parents' income would be. Many of the schools also, starting at middle school, kind of do this, what is it called? It's like a day in the life, or like a whole month where they teach you to basically live on a budget, and you have to live on that budget. So they do little things like that, and they do it again in high school, so to make sure the students understand that you're getting ready to go into the world. Now, I don't know too many adults in here are great at interest rates or housing numbers and all this different piece either. A lot of us will probably need remedial training on that ourselves. But that being said, I just want to make sure we can, like you're saying, get the basics to the students so they know exactly how to utilize it. So I understand where you're coming from. Yes, ma'am. And I see you down there. I saw you. Yes.
So Eliza mentioned that if a kid comes to JBarJ and they want to be sheltered, that the parents have to give consent.
A lot of times they do. Because,
So my question is, what do you see as the biggest barrier to a kid that might be running away from whatever, to getting them resources, access to resources that could shelter them or help them?
I think the biggest barrier is that the parent understanding that whatever that child is leaving your home for, or something that they need to change, they have not effectively taken the time to sit down and have that conversation with a representative from the school district or from JBarJ. I think they need to have those conversations. It's hard that your child is trying to emancipate themselves or do something different, because you still, you birthed that kid, so it's tough, right? So it's really hard. It's one of those things that counselors and the parents and the different services that we do provide in the district, they got to make sure they do the right thing and try to help that child the best they can. But I think we find ways to work with both sides and see what can happen. So, but everyone's not successful. Some are. Yeah.
What is the situation with foster care kids?
Foster care kids and stuff, they're part of this as well. So they get to be a part of this too. But then they're also, if the student doesn't want to come, we have things like COIC that we use as well, where students can actually just go get their GED if they choose to do that route. We have a lot of the farms and stuff that as well to be able to utilize to get some of those students too if they choose not to want to be houseless, unhoused. So it's just try to make sure they have the services they need. Yeah. It's just a tough grind sometimes. I'm a counselor by trade. That's what I got my master's in. That when I worked in high schools, I was a counselor. So it's a tough process. I'm telling you, it is hard. It's one of the hardest processes I've ever had to see. Try to get a kid emancipated. Yes. Back here had one, and then I'll come back to you. Yes.
Okay, I have a question. You mentioned Thrive.
Yes.
So with Thrive, they go someplace Monday through Friday, but they only have allocated where they can see 6 people a day.
Yeah.
The only thing they do is help you get onto a waiting list to get an apartment, affordable or low income.
Yep.
Currently, I'm working with them. I'm 126 on a waiting list, trying to find an affordable.
Okay.
Is there any projection of any kind of numbers for more affordable or low income? And then the other question is, who has determined we need 3 times the amount of rent? If you're looking for an affordable apartment, hardly and likely you have 3 times the rent.
Yeah.
Because the rent's not that affordable.
That is not my regulation. I believe that's the owners of the apartment complexes, and working with East Housing Works on that piece. And I think you may have to take that up with them, because unfortunately I don't know who sets that pricing, but I think that's who it is. So I would definitely take it up with them. East Housing Works actually helps Thrive. They're a part of it. So just want to let you know that. Yes.
Since you're with the school district,
I don't work with the district. I'm on the board.
okay, since you're on the board with the schools, is there any type of collaboration with business owners so that maybe you can give some of these children, if not all the children, some real life working experience, as well as maybe almost like a mentoree situation
Only
to
thing,
kind of set them up for success?
I don't know if the district has a program that they actually guides them with that, but I know that Ben Chamber has one. I think it's Youth Connect, which I think they do something of that magnitude. But the district itself doesn't have a program, because having the manpower to do that and try to have different connections, unless their future center workers or their college career workers actually do that, because sometimes they work with Youth Connect to be able to do those pieces. So I would definitely talk to those liaisons within the schools, because I think each high school has one. I know Summit, Mountain View, Calderas has one, and I don't know if Realms or Ben Tech has one or not, but I know the other ones do have someone that helps with their college and career stuff.
Marcus, do you have another few minutes?
Yeah, I got another few minutes, yes.
All right, cool. Let's maybe take 2 more over here. All right.
Does the district track outcomes of recent graduates? And if so, to what degree?
Reaching graduates in what capacity?
Recent graduates. Okay, so that's a yeah. So it is being tracked?
It depends on what you're saying. It's like, is it once they graduate, do you track them to see if they went to college, went here, with this, stuff like that?
Yeah, did they go to college? Also, did they remain in the local area?
Do me a favor, email me, and I can see if I can get that number for you. I think they may in some capacity, but not officially. You know what I'm saying? I think they kind of do, but I have to ask. Let me find out from the superintendent, and he'll tell me.
Okay.
So do me a favor, email my email. You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Marcus.Legrand, Legrand, at schoolboard.ben.k12.or.us. And they say, hey, Marcus, I'm trying to get the numbers on, do you follow graduates? All right. And I'll see what I can do. All right. No worries. One last question. I have to get the dinner. My wife is going to kill me if I'm late. I'm serious. My wife, yeah. I never get to see her. She's a surgeon, so I don't get to see her much. So, yeah.
So my question for you is, I know you came in specifically looking to speak on your experience in the Bent LaPine School District.
Yep.
But I also know you work at COCC, and I was wondering if there's any difference in the services needed or priorities of houseless students in different age groups.
I think so. I think the college has done a great job of providing a lot of cool services. If you didn't know, as the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, we have a lot of different things under that umbrella. Currently, we have Veterans Affairs, LGBTQ, Afrocentric, Native American, Latino, and we've just picked something else. Oh yeah, CAP Services, which is the advising portion of it. We also have a thrift store on campus for students. We have a food bank as well for students to be able to get food, even at the alternative campuses. They have access to all those services as well. We work, like I said, with Thrive and other people to be able to try to find housing for the students. Through my program, what I do is with my other coordinators is I actually create leadership classes within the high schools, and we teach to allow students to learn a little bit more about their culture, but at the same time get prepped not only for college but for career. So back to your question, Mr. Steve K. So in my class, I do budgets. We do those things, getting them prepared for not college but career. As second part of that program, what we like to do is we allow the students to be able to create a community service project where they go out in the community, they find a problem, and they work on it. They work with project managers to make that happen throughout the city. That's where they work with industry. These industry leaders teach them how to be project managers. After they're project managers, they actually go execute the project and they try to raise funds for the thing that they're working on. So I've been doing that for like 3 years through our program. And then on the college side, what we like to do is create events and stuff like Black History Month, the Season of Nonviolence, all those different pieces. So our department does a lot. So just want to give you insight to we are servicing the community the best we can in many capacities. So I still teach too every now and then, but other than that, that's what I do. Cool. All right. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for all what you do. I better get home and get a shower before I get in trouble. So thank you all for allowing me to be here today. I appreciate it so, so much.
Thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it. All right. Awesome. We've pushed the break back a little bit. Hope that was worth it to extend the time a little bit. Let's take 13 minutes. I'm so sorry. I'm cutting 2 minutes off your break to 3:15. All right, see ya. And there are snacks. Yeah, please eat them up. All right, let's come back to the great U table up here that sort of has a front on it. It's a U plus. Feel free to bring a snack or drink with you, and feel free to get up and down as well. We'll just be here. We'll have a little bit of quiet time. We'll have a little bit of just debrief, stuff that we learned, further questions, things like that is what we'll be doing, at least for part of this. So if you can just be quiet about it, but if you need a moment, I know it's late in the day, so take care of yourself, though. All right, cool. So yeah, for just about the next 5 minutes or so, you'll see that every couple people, Jenny's making her way around, we'll be around this side in just a moment. You'll see some big sticky notes appearing in front of you somewhere. And one of the kind of concepts that we'll use throughout these 2 weekends is we're going to call them the boards. They're going to be on the windows for today. I don't know where they're going to be next weekend, but there's 4 different ones here. And the 2 that we're going to use today, ignore those 2 down there. But this board here is going to be for key information that we've gathered so far, you all have gathered so far. And this one here for questions, collecting the questions. Now, if it's a question for a particular person, somebody you've already heard, or a particular type of person, or you're thinking about somebody who's on the schedule for tomorrow or something like that, make a little note on that. And if you want to identify that it came from you so that people can ask you questions about it later, or you can remember that it's yours, that's totally fine. Feel free to put your name. But you don't have to do either of those things. You just write a question on a Post-it note. So questions here, and information will go there. And let's just don't put anything there just yet. I'm just introducing. That's where they'll end up at the end of the day. Let's take about 5+ minutes to write those 2 things on sticky notes. Bits of information that are key insights that have come out of the last few hours so far, and further questions. And just one insight per sticky note, 1 question per sticky note. Make sense? And then after we've taken 5+ minutes, we'll kind of discuss some of those, and then move on. Okay. We have unlimited sticky notes. So if you run out, raise your hand or steal from your neighbor. It's a little more 5 minutes, but I still see people writing, so cheers. You can continue all through this and all through the afternoon at any time. Let's just bounce around. Does anybody want to share? And particularly if you've raised your hand already today, maybe pause for just a moment here, and we'll go to anybody who hasn't raised their hand or turned their card today or very much today first, and then bring in everybody. All right, go for it, Adrian.
The first speaker, Eliza, said that organizations helping homeless youths need less structure and government funding, but while still having accountability.
Much concise bit there. Awesome. Let's see. I'm seeing, is that Ben? You have your card up? No worries. Yeah, no worries. That's all good. Great. Yeah, go ahead.
Is there? I don't understand. Sometimes there's talk about housing versus beds. So Eliza made a comment. She said 21 additional housing units will be opening in November. Does that mean 21 more beds? Or does that mean a housing unit that might have 3 bedrooms or 3 beds?
Question there. All right, great. Yep, see you.
I have a question about the budgets that certain nonprofits and outreach organizations have, and what effect local governments can have on that, like by adding more money to the pool.
Question there. All right. Yep.
Just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering if boys are disproportionately impacted by the homelessness.
Question there. Yep.
I think a key takeaway that I got was that youth homelessness is disproportionately affects disenfranchised groups.
Right there. All right. Yep.
Tying into that, one of my insights was that there's a lot of agreement on wanting to get to root causes in preventative maintenance, but you know, the disenfranchised group seems to be growing as a nation. The cost of living, housing affordability, and so a lot of it. Yes, we don't want to build beds, but how do we prevent venture capitalist groups and other larger groups turning so many people into renters and maintaining a market that people can't afford because the youth come from homes and, you know, people can't afford those.
Thanks. Yep.
When we talk about affordability of housing, the prices keep seeming to go up. Why is no one studying the construction of housing? Are there ways to reduce the cost of housing?
Question there. All right. Yep.
I'd like to know what measures are being taken to eliminate child trafficking. What the pipeline is for that, the main
pipeline. Yeah.
So we're here and we're a community working on this, but are there any other community events that raise awareness to the housing crisis? Are there any other things like this or anything in terms of events that bring people together to raise awareness?
All right. I think I see. Go for it.
I was just wondering what resources were out there for pregnant use. I haven't heard anybody mention that. Pregnant use.
We'll come back to you in just a second. So you answered a question or asked a question just a moment ago. Yeah, let's go here.
I just wondered why doesn't the child welfare step in for children after 15?
Awesome. Yeah, go for it. Oh, Adrian, did you have a? Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. Duplicates. Yep.
I have a question because the kids seem to be caught between not being able to leave their home because of the guardianship. So are there services that entwined in their services, there's some sort of mediation or advocacy between the parent and them wanting to go elsewhere? Because otherwise they're stuck. They don't want to talk. They can't get out of a situation.
Right. Colleen.
To kind of add on to that, Eliza mentioned that, again, that they needed their parents okay to get shelter if they're under 18. So if a child and a teenager shows up on their doorstep and the parent isn't reachable, or what do they do? What happens to that child?
All right, let's do these two more, and then I think we'll, Kathy. Is that right? Oh, Kristen, I'm sorry.
I have experience from living in another country, and I'm just curious if any of the organizations that are addressing this issue, have any of them made any lobbyists or lobbying efforts as far as with developers to sort of create some kind of a legal entanglement for any developers who wish to, say, create a housing development or an apartment complex where they not only have to dedicate them necessarily for low income, but maybe to create a housing situation for transient or displaced individuals, where it's not going to cost the city, it's not going to cost the county. It's, if you want to build here, guess what? You got to dedicate 3 units. It worked in Ireland, just saying.
I think last one for today, Benjamin. Could you grab a microphone? Thanks.
Sorry about that. I took, down as many of the statistics as I could get down, and it seems to me that the demo that is the beginning of the cycle is young families in particular. It's reading between the lines. It seems that young parents that have children young themselves start the cycle, because, as Eliza said very early on, that many of the youths, the majority of the youths, were perpetually homeless, and so that means they had to start off that way. And so, what can we do to help young family formation specifically? Young, stable family formation seems to be the break point when you read between the lines on the demographic information.
Wow, that was a ton. Please make sure that if you volunteered something there or had another idea in the last number of minutes, that it's written down on a sticky note. Don't put it up now, but before you leave today, make a trip by whichever board it belongs on and put all your stickies on the appropriate, either in information or in questions, before you leave, so they're there for tomorrow. Green is the questions. That's correct. Yeah, we might fill that in a little bit, but it's green is the questions and information is the pink over here. And these two over here we'll use starting tomorrow. Those are sort of ideas that maybe are coming up around these guiding principles. We'll talk about what that is tomorrow. And then ideas that are coming up around potential real solutions or potential sort of the nuts and bolts kind of stuff. So we'll come back to those tomorrow. But fill in sticky notes on these two items here. All right, awesome. Oh, we're in the final 25 minutes here. Thanks, everybody. Deep breath. Day one? Actually, take a breath for just about 90 seconds while I pull up a slide on my computer here. All right, awesome. There we go. Got it. Things weren't appearing. The technology. Okay, cool. I just wanted to mention again, we talked about sort of all the constellation of folks that it's taken to put on this project, and just wanted to put up a slide here. It's been so much information today, but I think this is important to just understand kind of the players here and who's doing what. Got the sort of design and coordination there. That's us and DemNext and CoCap and the Youth Action Board. Funders, there's a lot in that category, so we didn't put logos there. The research teams and the local partners down here. And I just wanted to also open up with, or I wanted to also remind you of sort of where we are in the process. We're still very much in this information gathering phase. We're not going to get into the actual ideas about principles and stuff until later on tomorrow, and just a preview of what's happening tomorrow. In the morning, there will be this hour and a half with the Youth Action Board members. First, there'll be sort of a panel of folks speaking, about half an hour, and then go into small groups, and you'll have time, quite a bit of time. It will sort of rotate, so you'll talk to 2 different groups of people in those groups. And then there'll be there'll be 2 more presentations during the day, and then there'll be this workshop in the afternoon with 10 or 12 people, where we'll be in a bunch of small groups, and again rotate, so you hear from quite a few people. There'll be a different kind of overload of information, and I just want to acknowledge that is always what it's like in these kind of processes. Early on, if you're feeling overwhelmed right now, me too, and I'm not even taking in the information. So just ride that wave and make notes of anything you think of to go up here, so that hopefully it becomes a little less overwhelming if we all share that stuff together and are kind of keeping track of all of it together. I wanted to just leave a few minutes for any questions about the project, anything that you've been thinking about during the day, about the process. Of course, you can always come to me or anybody else privately. We'll be here through the evening. But yeah, anything else that you're thinking about or feeling, or any thoughts for the group here at the end of the day? Nice. Fair enough. All right, great. I am going to turn it over. Researchers, are you on deck? Okay, super. And let's go to Grace first for the for anything that you want to say. Is there any housekeeping stuff? Okay, fabulous.
And that is about stipends. So we will provide stipends, as we've discussed. Those will go out in the mail within about 2 weeks, but I don't have everybody's city and zip code. I have all of your street addresses, but if you get an email from me or a text message from me asking you for your full address, that's because I'm not sure of it. Also, if your address has changed in any way since you filled out the form, I will need to know that for you to get a check. Okay, so little housekeeping details. I can't mail you a check if I don't have your address.
All right, super. A couple more announcements here. Ansel?
Hi, just real quickly, if any of you really would like to speak to our documentarian videographer, any messages or reflections about your first day here, just come find me and we can make that happen.
Awesome, thanks. And I want to say thank you before a last word from Josh, and then a last word from the researchers. But they're they're gonna give you a survey.
I completely neglected to talk about childcare and transportation reimbursements. So I do have those forms. I will put them up here at the front desk, grab them to request reimbursements.
Awesome, thanks much.
Okay, I started out the day talking about how this has been kind of the culmination of more than a year of work by a lot of people in the community. And even though I knew this was coming, I cannot express how blown away I am by the power that is just emanating from this room. And your participation, your willingness to jump in has been truly inspirational. And you know, these questions that we had early on about kind of what does this mean and how do we know it's going to be meaningful, just today we had 2 of the 3 county commissioners stop by and observe, and we had 3 current and future possible county or city councilmen come by. We had the mayor, we had COIC. Like, people know this is happening, people who are decision makers and influential in the community, and they really, really are watching to see what the outcomes are. So these questions that you're asking, the comments, the attention that you're paying, I commented to Eliza afterward that you all just became more knowledgeable on this topic than 99% of the community. And that's power. And that, you know, as you go out and you speak to your neighbors and your family members, that spreads. So, you know, if we didn't come back at all, this is already a kind of win. So just thank you so much once again, and look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. I know you're going to get a little bit from the researchers now, but just I think this is worth celebration, and I think you should give yourselves a round of applause right now for getting this far. So thank you. Thanks, David. Okay, and that's it.
Great, thanks, Josh. And this will be quick too. So again, thank you. This is what you are doing here as a community in the Tri-County area. If the research aspect is a distant second to the heart of what's happening here, it does help us make these processes better. So thank you so much for filling out these orange forms this morning. You won't be seeing anything like this until the end. On day 5, you'll complete another one that looks very similar to that one. But also, taking off that research hat and putting on the Helping Healthy Democracy hat, the pink form that is being passed out right now is the end of day survey. It's much shorter, and it really just kind of just ensures that this process is going the way you want it to. So it's a chance for you to kind of say anything that is of concern. There's a few questions. So go ahead and fill that out. And just to reiterate what Lynn had said, all this information is confidential, as it doesn't identify any one person, because we want you to speak from the heart about the processes. Every single day, you'll have this opportunity at the end of the day. So we'll just pass this around and collect them. And then lastly, the new folks who came in as alternates, if you have the chance to complete the orange pre-survey. You can hand it to me today, or you can bring it back tomorrow. That's fine too. But the rest of you have already got yours, so don't worry about that. But for now, just the pink end of day survey. Thanks.
as folks are finishing up here, or take your time, by the way, as long as you want, and we're here for a long time. Just remember to put your post-it note on the window before you leave, and be back here by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not 8:45, just 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yep. And thanks so much. Great to meet you. See you tomorrow.